Huzzah.
Hooray.
We are become record.
Awesome. Oh, I don't have any of my tabs open. Oh, dear God.
Yeah, I got mine open. Already. I got Roll20 and D&D Beyond.
Fuck this over. You
All right.
started the recording early.
The preamble is always fun.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are we today?
I can't find a fucking pen.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, that's my life. Through
my God,
no pen, no
middle
game.
school, high school, and college.
I don't know. I'm just.
Oh, I still have like
Struggling.
no HP. Oh, this is gonna be
Yeah,
real fun.
y'all haven't rested yet, which is fun.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we should do. I mean, we could do a long rest, but I mean, that's 8 whole hours that shit happens, and we're
I
out
sure
of
have
Definitely
under
could.
half health right now.
Yeah, I sure don't have full health either, but
It's
not
really
nearly
funny
as bad.
because I not only have full health, I have extra health.
Right, you've got the
Yeah,
temporary
you
HP that hasn't gone away yet.
I mean, I'm out of slots, completely out of lay on hands, completely out of divine sense.
Yeah,
and-
you got.
And you're
pretty
also
messed
low on
up.
health too, right?
You sure did stand in a hallway for 4 rounds against 4 combatants.
Take it.
I-
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I kind of had to, so we could get
And
in.
it wasn't even the crabs. It wasn't the crabs that did that.
It was not the crab.
No, the crabs got hentied to death.
They did
True.
get hentai to
Oh
death.
God. Yeah, right.
Black Void.
Adar.
Yeah, so at the end of the last session, you explored the High Hall Cathedral. You made contact with the group of refugees in the catacombs beneath it. You managed to talk your way through, around, and among Victusa, who is an emissary of Zerial. And at the end of the last session, you reported your findings to them, and then they said that they would be pulling out the current regiment of troops from the High Hall Cathedral to resume other duties. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are right now. Depending on where you would like to have started or where you would like to start. I think it makes sense for maybe if not Victusa is gone already, the majority of troops who were occupying the High Hall Cathedral are now on their way out, headed down the streets. As you are exiting the High Hall Cathedral, or at least in the entryway near the steps, you see a small form, roughly a foot in height, appear maybe 10 feet away, in the visage of a little impish creature, with a little humanoid with tiny limbs and stuff like that, carrying a written scroll wrapped in a black ribbon, which kind of skitters up the steps, and then walks up to Advocat, says, "Message for you, sir."
Oh. Okay.
They have postal systems in hell.
It holds out the scroll.
Advocate takes it.
Have a nice day. And then disappears again.
Oh, that was very quick. Okay, I had questions. That's fine. That's fine. This is. Oh boy. Yeah.
Well,
Having received a missive, Advocate will undo the ribbon and take a quick read.
All right. Secrets.
no, no more secrets.
All secrets.
Why do we have so many secrets in this game?
Secrets.
This game was specifically designed around me going like,
Do you
But
think
what
any
if?
of us trust one another? Have you seen the bonds for the session?
Yeah.
oh,
Do I have to
if
send
why
bonds?
not? You may if you would like to. If it's all in the same document, I still have it.
Okay. I'm gonna open it for me because I
Oh,
honestly don't remember what.
Yeah, so I need to open up mine.
That's
I
super
have not
reasonable.
seen that.
Because I
Um,
write them like right after.
While
Yeah.
Hannah / Advocate is doing a read, I'd like an update on how much soul everyone has right now.
You
Oh,
think
shit.
remember?
Yeah, I need to.
I have
Uh,
Drive.
Check. I forgot if I need to.
Because I know a number of you resolved bonds at the end of last session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 6 right now. So.
6.
Okay, so D&D Beyond says 3, but I don't know if I added the 2.
Yeah,
For
you should
this.
have significantly more than 3.
I think 5 then.
That makes sense.
Because I only did 2 last.
Gotcha. Yep,
I'm
that
gonna
would
change
make sense.
that then.
Well,
Yeah, I have 6.
You have 6?
6, yeah.
I'm gonna put like a changed on date.
That seems like a good idea.
I started screenshotting mine with every like session attached to it to make sure.
So what I'm doing is I'm just, every time I resolve a bond, I'm just highlighting it and then like tabbing down below it and writing what it is, like the newest version of it.
That's actually kind of okay.
Yeah,
That's smart, actually.
Caroline is also keeping all of them as like kind of a record, which is...
I have all of mine, but they're all by like each session.
Yeah, it's like per session.
Yeah, I have screenshots. Maybe I'll switch over. I'll make like a list style sort of.
What did I even write?
I'm gonna look at Gus's bonds. I have access.
Oh, I was.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, there you are. I see you on here.
Doing a peek.
Oh yeah.
I kind of like how I wrote mine. I'm proud of that.
Yeah, I do. I think everyone has been doing a really good job with the bond system so far.
Yeah.
People engaging with it very much.
Mm-hmm.
So, Advocate has received a missive.
I have.
How's everyone feeling right now?
Barnaby, if you look,
Different as always.
if you think he probably looks incredibly worse for wear. He was just knocked unconscious, bled heavily, had to pick some shards of metal out of his hide. But honestly, he's putting up a pretty. He's being a real trooper about it and putting up a good facade that he's okay.
Is the shininess of your armor up to your normal standards?
Oh no. There's some there's some. God, heavens forbid. You see him trying to cover up some of the little broken chains in his chainmail with cloth, so people don't see him. Like, you know how when there's like you realize, oh shit, there's a tear in this pants. I need to make sure my shirt goes down low enough so that it covers it, and people don't notice that my outfit's not perfect.
Gus
Makes sense to me.
Gus always is kind of looking pretty scrappy, so it's kind of just the same as always.
It's the usual. Like, you're used to, like, I got beat up. Well, all right.
I love
It's
the
the
idea
usual.
of Advocat and Arliss standing in the circle of just really rough-looking people, but both being perfectly immaculate.
It's because I have prestidigitation too. It's like we're both just great. Like, if anything, like there's like a few rips, but like honestly, not bad. We're just like immaculate still. No blood stains anywhere, no dirt, no dust. We're great. Just kind of like dust off a little bit. Just kind of check the nails, see how they're doing.
Rhea Mantlemorn and the accompanying civilians are still waiting outside.
Oh, that's her last name. Oop.
Go away, cat. You're in my space.
Let me go put that down.
You're in my space.
You said her last name is Mantlemorn?
Mantlemorn, yes.
Never got that. Thank you very much.
Cat, go away.
And my pen is dead. Cool.
Pen troubles.
It sure do be like that.
God, it's my fun pen too. Damn it. Oh.
It's the quill. Oh.
Yes.
R.I.P.
Damn it.
I wonder if you can get another
I need to refill my fountain pen.
refill for it.
This was like $1.50 online.
Oh, okay. Then
I'm not that heartbroken, but still. I like writing a pen.
Cole, I never shared with you my bonds document, did I?
I don't believe you have, no. But that is up to you if you want to or not.
No, I'll share it with you. I quickly
if you would like to.
I know.
Yes. So yeah, you've still got a majority. Elturel's still looking pretty worse for wear, all things considered. It's not
Nice.
doing great. The companion, you still see streaks of lightning coming down from the orb to like strike different points in Elturel every once in a while. You noticed while you were in the cathedral coming out, when you were coming out of the cathedral this time, the city started to shake a little bit in a little bit of a rumble, and then
Wow.
settled down a little shortly after.
Has this been happening, or is that new?
It's not. How long have you all been here in total?
Like a day.
Yeah,
It's
probably like
been
8
a
hours,
while.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least.
We haven't had a long rest here, only short rests.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only
So
one
it's
short.
probably been like 8 to 10 hours.
Yeah.
So this is the first time you've noticed it happen. But if you thought back, you could probably be like, oh, maybe that's what was going on in like typical.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So Barnaby is currently just looking at Advocate perusing leather. Is there anything we should be worried about, Ambassador?
Advocate just sighs, kind of lifts his chin, folds up the scroll, and tucks it into his coat. And says, No, nothing for you to worry about. And then he kind of gives Arliss like a meaningful side eye.
Nothing to read in there.
Did you
Nothing to
say
read
my
in
name? I'm
there.
sorry.
Oh no, yeah, I was just saying he tucks the scroll away into his coat and he says, "Nothing for you to worry about," to Barnaby, and then gives Arliss a meaningful like side eye.
It's Arliss just like he's not gonna pry about like he's not gonna do like the peek over the shoulder sort of thing. He's pretty respectful. He just like casually bows his head and just kind of goes back to like probably like tuning his bowstring or something.
Oh, personal message. Personal message then, perhaps?
That's one way to describe it. Does anyone have any parchment? I know that seems kind of random, but it would be.
Let me check. Let me check through my pack. I have been known to carry around plenty of things.
Prepared as ever.
Oh dear. Oh dear, that's right. I left that at home before I left.
Never
My
mind.
apologies. Nothing to give to. I would give you something if I could. Although we could look through the cathedral again, but
Yeah, like Gus like pulls the little pockets out of his pockets because they're empty. He's like, "Don't you be looking at me."
Oh well, either way. I believe we were given
another task.
yes.
We are to be looking for Lord. What's his name? Fucking no. Spring my
Are we
notes.
looking for Belle?
No. No, that wasn't the name. That wasn't the name.
I have two names. I have Belle and Zariel. So unless I'm messed up somewhere.
Might you be referring to Ravengard?
Yes, we ought to be looking for
I thought you.
Ravengard.
I thought you meant a demonic lord. Not bad.
No.
I need to transfer my notes real quick.
And to be fair, he's a duke, not a lord.
Duke.
Oh.
Duke.
Archduke Ravengard.
Correct.
Yes.
That's also
So
what I have in my
one
notes.
thing I got.
And I believe he was last seen in the cemetery graveyard. The difference between the two gets muddied.
A debate's for another time. I do think it might be of use to at least explore for a small time.
Oh yes. Yes, such a.
As we have done so much for your great city of Elturel right now, you could help out our city, possibly.
Oh no!
It is a very
Of course.
important
Apparently, as it's nothing that I particularly owe to you, as much as I owe to as much as I owe to Duke Ravengard, to the Duke himself. I mean, I've heard that he has been very helpful to our current refugees. And to be honest, if I could resolve the also help resolve the situation in I'm sorry, I'm
Sanguine?
so sorry. And say,
Sanguine?
yeah, resolve the situation in Sanguine by returning its lord, so we don't have to deal with that kerfuffle anymore. I'd be perfectly happy to help. Yes. Benjamin.
That is your steed, correct?
Yes, Benjamin. There we are. There we are.
Horse noises.
Asterisk, horse noises, asterisk.
Yeah.
Yes, my horse that can understand my. Yeah. We are you tired, my friend? Are you up for perhaps a little more perusing of the city like we used to?
I don't have traditional musculature, so I will be fine.
Oh yes, of course. Oh yes, of course. How could I ever forget that, Benjamin? I apologize. What do you say? Now, what do you say we take a ride on up on Daisy Street, perhaps? Perhaps the plants there are still alive.
Not to take up issue again with what might have thought to have been resolved. You still look terrible.
Yes. Look, it's not my first 8 hour. It's not my first 8 hour shift. As a member of the companions, I had gone for much longer before. It's a rite of initiation that you stay up for a 24-hour shift. Very difficult, but you get used to it.
I will say that is remarkably, well, remarkable. But you also potentially nearly died today.
Oh yes.
I don't know if
believe it
that
the
often.
time.
I don't want to say anything foul about the city of Elturel, but
Of course you would.
I don't
Why
think
would-
this sort of thing happens often. That you nearly die on a patrol.
No, not often per se. I mean, it has happened before.
Well,
Well, I'm sure that is a fascinating story for another time. But I don't know about you. I would love to just sit for a moment. I'm a little tense in the shoulders, you know. Can throw up my aim.
I was about to say another way to look at it is if you're not at your peak performance, well, how are you going to turn this whole situation around? I mean, it's a lot of work, no?
Oh yes.
Might as well
but-
be at your best rather than your most haggard.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too.
Perhaps
So
I don't mind being haggard in this situation. It's
is there? Do you
Either
know
way,
of
you're
any?
outnumbered 3-1, so.
Do you know? Does anyone know of any places to sleep?
The advocate just points
Oh,
back
yeah.
at the cathedral.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we have many. Well, typically we have hospitable lodging, but I'm not quite sure if it's quite hospitable.
When you checked the living
no.
spaces attached to the High Hall Cathedral, when you were inside, you noted that they'd been collapsed.
Yes, they are very much full of debris right now. I mean,
That would be a very generous way of putting it.
Gone is probably.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember the image I sent you of the High Hall Cathedral, but in it there is
wasn't pretty.
there is a significant chunk of the back upper half that is gone in one way or another.
yes.
I mean, a certain level of discomfort is to be expected. I mean, again, the Nine Hells. There's a lack of niceties, just kind of everywhere in general.
Can I roll to see if I remember? Because we at one point, came to the cathedral. If along that way, I remember seeing an inn or a tavern or something like that.
Sure. Go ahead and roll survival.
Survival.
Although you haven't visited a few locations along the way too that you may be able to remember. I believe it was Arliss encountered a tavern before, wherein there was a knocking on the inside of the door.
We never looked at that.
You found a family home, which was occupied by a number of ghouls and a child that you then acquired.
Oh, yes. What's her name? Shit.
Her name is
Shora.
correct, if I remember correctly.
I rolled a 19.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. So you also remember the tavern that Arliss spotted previously.
Okay.
And as far as like decent shelter goes, you did see some inns, but you also noted that there was a bank, like a smaller bank, not like a city bank or anything like that, but it was seemed very structurally sound. And you noted that a couple of the inns you saw would probably be more comfortable accommodations, but they were starting to crumble somewhat.
Gotcha.
No one's gonna
Well,
arrest
I'm
us.
sure. I'm
No one's
sure
gonna
there's
arrest
places
us.
that we were at before that we passed along here that we could stop at. If you know you want to do that, I don't really want to sleep in a crumbling cathedral myself,
enough.
but
No, that's completely fair. Yes, I suppose backtracking doesn't pose as much danger as. Well, I don't know. It's up to you.
I say yes.
The bank would also prevent you from needing to cross the bridges again.
Well,
I say go to the bank. I can take some money too.
No, you can't. Don't be silly.
And who would stop us?
I mean, of course, as a god of Elturel, I would have to stop you.
And what are you going to do with us? Throw us in jail?
I mean,
We're in hell.
Advocate's staying well out of this one. Oh boy. Okay.
Pardon me for saying this. I don't want to play devil's advocate, but it could be a nice bartering chip at some point if we had a little extra coin to line our pockets.
yes.
Everything loves gold.
Everything does love gold. But you know
Including
whose gold
me.
that is? That belongs to the bank.
Advocate kind of like
And
makes
it's,
a face and is like, I wonder if the money's insured.
I'm not sure this would. I don't know how thorough their default
Fantasy
contracts are.
insurance.
I don't know if
Yeah,
they're covered
what if-
on being sent to hell through a technically completely legal process.
What's this bank called again?
The bank.
It is the third Western Bank of Elturel.
Number 3.
Oh yeah,
It's the
not
third.
mine.
I love Wells Fargo.
No, that's not my branch. I know that's not my branch. I know
Yes.
my money's not there. Oh yes.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. Wait, what had happened to those people that were outside that we left outside?
They're
of
still
the-
around. They haven't. I mean, you're still kind of, as far as I'm aware, positioning wise, like on the steps of the High Hall Cathedral, and they're still there. They were hidden nearby, not in like direct line of sight of all of this.
Oh
to
yeah,
try and
who
keep
is
them
watching
safe.
over them?
Rhea.
Rhea. Okay.
Rhea and the mother.
And the children.
The
Harkina.
children.
Harkina.
Yes,
Oh,
Harkina Hunt.
Harkina Hunt.
That reminds me. Friends. Rhea, sister. It is the
Yes.
coast is very much clear.
Perfect. Everything went well in there?
Oh yes, very well. Although I should
Barnaby got really hurt.
I
Although-
can see that. I'm sorry, I don't have much in the way of medical experience.
Don't worry about it, sister. You know the situation. I'm sure you've been in many a place before where you didn't have ample access to medical attention and you were in dire straits. I mean, that is part of our job.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. But I will warn you that the images in there are very grisly and perhaps not suitable for the children to look at per se. Do you know of you wouldn't happen to know of the secret chamber uh, leading into the basement, would you?
I don't think
I
Rhea would.
I'll leave it up to you. You may or may not. It is you're the kind of person who would know, but that doesn't mean you necessarily do.
I've heard of it, but I've never actually been,
Oh,
unfortunately.
oh yes. Well, the entrance is the entrance doesn't particularly matter. What matters is the survivors that we did find, and there are plenty of them,
That's great news,
which
actually.
it is very good news. Were able to stow themselves beneath in that chamber.
Okay.
Thankfully, although supplies have been a bit low, another locks it on like myself. Saltern Druid, you probably have not met him. He shows up every once in a while. He's been helping with food, but supplies are low, as
Um,
always.
that is a cause for concern. It's the biggest concern right now is finding a good shelter for everyone. Food, it's any sort of supplies would be grand, but I don't even know what exists left in the city.
Yeah, who knows? But either way, we did speak to them before. They are expecting other arrivals. So
Okay.
the way to enter is through the main altar. In the chamber. You know, it's the sacrificial altar. Just
Okay.
make sure you do not close it. There's a lever that you must pull, open it, and it will open a staircase to go down. Whatever you do, do not lead the children to the room behind. There is to the altars behind. They have been desiccated.
I do believe that we drew
And-
some curtains and placed uh, some amount of covering over the worst of it, but do be cautious.
Of course. I'll see if I can help clean up around. I am okay personally with things like that, but I agree if it's as bad as you're saying it is, it would be best to not have the little ones venture onto something so grisly.
I would stay behind and help you if I could, but my companions here are going to head to the bank, the third western branch, for
Okay.
lodgings. And
Mm-hmm.
between you and me, I need to watch out for that.
It's
Talking
she,
about me? Huh?
she kind of gives a knowing look, like, yeah.
But no, but no. And he will make a little salute. Torm's blessings on you, sister.
And to you too.
Well, all right, and we will be taking Benjamin with us. So, could you?
I mean, we could wait for her if she wants to come.
I don't mind staying behind. It's until we find a better place for the survivors. This is as good as it's going to get. I'd rather have hands that can fight if needed.
Yes. Yes, and it is
Okay.
important that they have people they are almost defenseless down there. Having a veteran hell rider would be very safe. Would be very helpful to them.
I will rejoin at some point. I owe that to a lot of you, but for now, I'd like to stick with my people.
Right, I was about to say, we know where you are. We'll find you if we have need.
Absolutely.
Right.
Of course. Best of luck now.
Best of luck.
Torm's blessing and all. And she'll like politely bow and then like kind of usher some of the people that were outside inside.
Yeah, absolutely. The Harkina's doing a pretty good job of wrestling the children, getting them around. Some of them are complaining about being hungry. And Shora is still very, very quiet and clinging tightly to Harkina's leg.
Advocate will give a little wave bye-bye to Shora.
Shora waves back and just kind of like
Deuces.
sticks extremely close to Harkina.
Get fucked, kid. See you later. Fuck them kids.
Jeez.
You are a father of 3, please.
Fucking joking.
So for Rhea within the you make your way into the catacombs pretty easily and find the existing survivors, and probably the first thing you notice is definitively that these are not fighters. You are easily immediately the most skilled
like
person to defend.
The most capable.
Feria Jinx, the acolyte. You've met her before. Because you're familiar with the temple and such, but she was like, so she's the, now that Ravengard is missing, she's kind of the like leader of the refugees currently, and she was like low tier priestess. Like yeah, she
I
does.
have a feeling Rhea is now the leader. I have a feeling she's like, okay, let's go.
And it would be pretty easy for you to... I don't think anyone would debate
I don't think there'd be any complaints.
No, I don't think so.
That's fine. And she's just going to remain there until it brings up her again.
Wonderful.
So.
Makes sense. So, to the bank?
To the bank!
To the bank!
It's a fairly short... walk. It's on the western side of Elturel, so it's not too bad. I'm gonna go back to the roll 20. Boop. I'm gonna say it's here. Congratulations, you're there.
Awesome. What happened to
you're on the way there.
that horse? The person on the horse that we saw on
the
our way to the
Narzagon?
cathedral.
So when Victusa's forces left, the Narzagon left with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tusa was a white Abishag, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And the priestess name was Feria Jinx?
Feria Jinx, yes. P-H-E-R-R-I-A, Feria, and then J-Y-N-X.
Okay, perfect.
In my head, I was spelling it like the boxed hair dye.
So as you are on your way to the bank, it's a fairly uneventful trip. There aren't any quakes or lightning strikes too close by. But could everyone roll perception for me quickly?
Yep. We get there and it's a fucking
Oh shoot!
holiday.
I am rolling really well. I got a nat 20.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's pretty good.
Do I have any perception? Yeah, I have +0. So
I
nat 20.
perceive.
18.
18?
18.
I rolled an 8.
Nice.
Unnatural 20.
Nice. Okay, yeah, so
Gus,
yeah,
we got
Arliss
this.
and Gus, you notice that as you're walking, you glance down an alleyway and you see a halfling in the alleyway talking to an imp. And they seem to be having some sort of discussion, and the halfling is holding a piece of parchment of some kind with a lot of writing on it and kind of looking at it very hard. And the imp is kind of like looking expectantly at them and kind of like
Is this looking like a shady
impatiently.
deal?
It could be.
Does Gus knowing what a shady deal looks like, does this
Yeah, you
look
know
like...
what? Deception can spot deception. This look. It's pretty. It looks like the imp's trying to get something out of him. And you're not quite sure. You don't know any details, but the posturing of both of them, that's something that you're very familiar with.
Interesting.
I was gonna say Gus and Arliss have done that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm gonna poke Arliss on the shoulder, and I'm gonna be like, "Yo, you see what's going on over there?
It's
I kind of want to check it out. I kind of want to see what's going on."
Only
Are we close enough to try and listen in?
You could be like it's an alleyway, so you could try and like get fairly like get nearer. Although it'd be difficult to do so inconspicuously.
Can I was
You may
gonna say,
attempt
I
to do so
try
inconspicuously.
to.
Yeah,
I want to like
absolutely.
try and stealth at least to the corner and like lean up against it.
Go for it.
Yeah, Gus is gonna like look at the other two in the fucking cart and be like, I gotta go," and then
It's
jump out and start stealthing over to it.
Arliss kind of gotten to do the same. It's he just kind of he looks at Advocat and just holds up like a finger to his lips like a shush thing, just like yeah.
Right?
if you say so.
Okay, not terrible, not awful.
Actually, wait.
Oh
Is-
shoot.
Don't you dare! You have disadvantage on stealth.
I got 22.
22
I
is
got
pretty
a
good.
16.
16 is also pretty good. Okay. The imp doesn't notice you. The halfling does. Arliss specifically.
I am big boy.
It's so the imp is facing out of the imp is facing away from you
Away
and the
from
halfling's
us,
face
yeah.
is toward the alley.
Yeah.
But he notices a figure nearby, and kind of calls out, "Hey, could you? Is someone there? Could you do me a favor, maybe?"
Gus is gonna like sneak a little bit closer and be like, and just yell out, "Depends on what the favor is."
I was gonna go out and be like, oh, yes, please. What can I do?
I could you just read something for me? I just want to make sure this is right. I make sure I've got this right. And the imp is kind of like whips around and looks at you and gives a bit of a snarl at being interrupted. Isn't particularly interested in, but isn't like doesn't leave yet. Just goes, yes, of course. Please, read the terms again. Make sure that this is correct.
Yeah.
Hand it.
Gus is gonna look at Arliss and be like, "I don't read so good, so you could do that."
Don't worry, honey. I've got it. Hand it over.
Sure. Here, and he gives you the. It appears to be a contract of some kind. It's got a big X at the bottom with a line, and you can see that the halfling is holding a quill now. It appears to be written on some kind of leather. You're not really sure what kind, but some kind of leather.
While,
This is skin, baby.
Yeah, it's leather.
Gus wants to get a good look at what this halfling, you said? Yeah, what they look like.
Sure. Go. I guess. Yeah. Go ahead and roll perception. And Arliss,
Wow,
I would like
okay.
you to roll investigation.
Me investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I got an 18.
Ooh,
It's
okay.
written in common, but the text is really dense. It's kind of hard to like grasp fully.
11.
11.
11.
I got an 18 for perception.
I
18
rolled
for
an
perception.
8.
Womp womp.
Yeah. So the with perception, probably the singular most. The thing you can figure out the most about the halfling is desperation.
Oh,
Like
jeez.
there is a problem going on that they're trying to fix.
This
so,
is a demonic deal.
So Arliss, you
Right,
can
go
check
on.
read through the contract, and you note that it is pretty standard by your expectations, I suppose. It appears to be payment of his soul
Yeah, I
in
figured.
exchange for food.
I need someone to tag me in so bad.
Specifically, it is how much food? A month's worth of food for both him and his family.
And
in exchange for
just
his soul.
His entire soul.
Yep.
Oh.
100%.
I mean, is your soul only worth a month of food?
Well, it's not just for me though.
Even for a family, you could have one child, you could have 12 children. Is your life only worth a single month?
It's
I mean, I get it. If they may not last a whole month if he doesn't do this, though. So
we need it very, very badly. We're out of provisions.
How many do you have in your family?
4, including myself.
4. Wife, 2 kids?
Yes.
Make it 2 months.
Look, I'm trying to help the guy out, but can't do it when you're not lawful good.
Yeah, I know.
You can make a persuasion check.
Yeah,
You could
well,
get
Gus is
Barnaby.
Also,
like
like, it
doing
could be
that.
within your self-interest to help. Like,
Yeah, well,
it's
Gus is like
very
kind of
within my
sympathizes with, you know,
hungry.
their situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's kind of like, but also
Street rat solidarity.
yeah.
Does it say anywhere in the contract that it's like good food or it's like just whatever?
With an 11 in investigation,
Fair.
you
fair.
don't. It's a little too dense to figure out. You get the broad terms of the contract, but a lot of the
Shall we get the
details
lawyer, not
are a bit
lawyer
of a
in
problem.
this?
Tag me in.
There you go.
Fine. I'm just gonna like turn to them and just. I like where this is going, but I have someone who is a lot more versed in dealings like this that may help you out. Because this is a serious matter. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name to the halfling.
Pilster.
Pilster. Wonderful. Let me go get my associates, and we will do anything we can.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Of course. Just one moment, monsieur. And he'll like kind of stumble back out to the cart, just like tap on the side. Monsieur Applecats?
While that's going on, Gus is gonna look towards the imp and be like, "So what's your deal?"
I'm just here to help.
Yeah.
That's not
cut the
ominous
crap.
at all.
I do not know at all what you're talking about. I couldn't know in the slightest.
Yeah, Gus just like shakes his head. He's like, he ain't buying it.
Is there anything that you need?
Not from the likes of you.
Ooh. I cut to the quick, sir. That's how I understand, but I must say I am insulted.
I mean, you did just
I kind of couldn't care less.
Yes, Mr. Arliss.
Should read your own contracts.
I think there might be a matter that you would take interest in. The matters of demonic contracts, perhaps?
Devilish
contracts.
Excuse me?
Forgive me, I'm learning the
Fiendish.
terminology.
What have you gotten yourselves into?
Nothing about me, I assure you. I am helping the people of Elturel right now.
My interest is also piqued. Let's take a look at this.
Will be only but a moment. No. We will be only. I'm talking. I am talking.
No.
We have it handled. You need to rest as much as you can, because we would be at a severe disadvantage if something were to happen
Do
to you.
not speak to me of rest.
Ooh.
This body is for Elturel. If Elturel is suffering, then this body means nothing. Then
Well,
it doesn't-
Elturel is going to keep suffering
Then-
if you
then
don't
no.
sit your
Shut
butts down in the seat.
My friend,
Advocate's
you
already
have
gone.
nothing-
Advocate's already gone to the alleyway where y'all
Oh,
were.
yeah.
Arliss is probably like staying arguing with Barnaby this
Like,
entire
yeah,
time.
Barnaby is like really. You're successfully stalling him as much as you really want to go. You are successfully stalling him. Like, this is my duty.
See,
What
Arliss is
so God,
All right.
what
They-
is so important?
Arliss is trying to calm
everybody to do?
down. Calm down.
You can.
Calm
Oh
down.
God.
Calm down.
You
You're the one who is.
All right,
you
Okay.
continue arguing in the background.
And while I will admit you have handled the shield.
Eli, it's okay. Eli.
I'll stop.
I'll. You both get inspiration. Um.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So Advocat, you come across an imp and a halfling and a contract. The imp's
Hi.
like,
And
oh,
a goth.
ugh,
And
good.
what?
You know, too many cooks spoil the broth, right? It's gonna be no decision from here on. I should just leave at this point, really.
Oh, well, wait, just a moment. I have a few questions. No imp is without a master. Are you doing this
Your
on...
point. That wasn't a question.
Who are you doing this on behalf of?
I'm not obligated to answer that.
Well, I mean, surely your halfling friend here is obligated. It is a contract, after all.
You all, by all means, read the contract.
Advocate will fucking read the
Hey,
contract.
go ahead. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Get higher than 11,
We'll see.
please.
We'll see. That was good. A 19.
19.
Okay, that's better than 11.
So one of the more important things that you note is that the contract isn't to, in this particular event, since you're looking for this specifically, I'm going to give it to you first. There's no additional names or people involved. Like this is very much like the imp is attempting to the writ delineation of ownership is to the imp, not to anyone else. And there are no additional titles, names, or superiors attached to it.
No, this won't do. You belong to someone. That's how imps work.
I
So
mean,
by de facto, if you, Mr. Halfling, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, give yourself to this imp also belongs to someone else. There is something that this imp owes or it belongs to someone higher.
so I'm gonna give you some devil information because that's not entirely accurate.
Oh, okay.
So we've discussed the hierarchy briefly. Very much so. Imps, all devils, all devils is a bad term. Most devils, the typical devil, is attempting to gain favor. Souls are the easiest way to do that. Souls, you can present souls
Trying
to
to
your
move on up.
superiors to say like, hey, I did a good job. A lot of imps just gain souls because it's a nice thing to have. It is useful. It is it's what you do. And while this could be while what you say could be true, like I don't think what you said it
might not
should be out of character or anything like that. While that could be true, it is not necessarily true. The imp may be just doing this because they want a soul, like because it's what you do.
I see.
But that would be a very persuasive point if you wanted to attempt to persuade this individual out of this contract. Another detail that may assist you in that is that you note via a transitive endowment clause that the imp would not only gain the soul of Pilster, but the entirety of the Pubblehuck family.
Ah, this may interest you then. You understand that by signing this, you're not only giving away your soul. This is the souls of all of your kin.
What? No. It's just mine.
No, that's not what it says here.
Oh, that's. Can this be amended? Is that possible? And you notice the imp is like kind of slowly backing away. Just like I appreciate. I think I'm gonna let this one slide. So have fun. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see you later, I guess. And the contract disapparates. It kind of disappears. And the imp begins scurrying down the alleyway in the other direction.
I'm sorry to have spoiled your dealings entirely, but it was I can assure you, more in that devil's favor than you obviously realized.
I see that, unfortunately. Although I don't know what. That still leaves us without food, unfortunately. I guess I'll go back to scavenging.
One thing.
Woe's me.
I might suggest that you head towards the High Hall Cathedral. That seems to be the current gathering place. We've just come from that way, so I know that it's not terribly treacherous. But I'm trying to think of how we might absolve this.
I can. I'll do my best to get there if that is. Any help helps, right?
I believe that is your best bet. We ourselves are traveling across the city if there is anywhere you need to get to, but I don't know if our paths are exactly aligned.
Where are you headed?
Well, currently, the bank.
Oh, I don't think there's. Well, I suppose I don't know what you're looking for, but do your best, I suppose. It's fairly nearby. I don't know if you need directions.
I think we have it under control.
Right.
I know where it is.
It's been scoping it out for years. Well, all right then. I suppose I'll be on my way. Thank you, I suppose, very much for assisting somewhat.
How about a slight makeup for the loss of provisions? We'll be back this way sometime or another. Have you any need of anything? Just ask for Advocate S. Sincerity.
Oh.
And company.
Sure, of course. All right. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
All right, see you later.
He begins kind of sidling down the alleyway toward the road.
God, literally, where's Dolly on her lucrative food production talent when you need her?
True.
A walking, talking factory.
45 pounds of food a day.
I'll do it.
Food factory.
Yeah.
I believe I
Pilster
that
Pebble
spell.
Hook exits.
I need to write that down. Pilster. I don't have a fucking pen.
I love him.
Pilster Pebble Hook. The names in this book are very good.
Oh, that's really good.
It's an extremely good halfling name.
Was it Pilster?
Pilster Pebble Hook.
Pebble Huck.
Like
Okay,
pebble,
got it.
as in the small rock, and then huck, as in to throw. Pebble Huck.
Um,
I want to make a spell called Pebble Huck.
True.
It's a cantrip.
We already have
H-U-C-K?
Yes.
Okay.
Like
Cool.
Huckton.
Pilster Pebble Huck. I love
Pilster
that.
Pebble Huck.
That's really
and
good.
family.
Halfling names are good.
They are.
Halflings.
They're so good.
Halflings
I
are-
love halflings. I used to play a character called Holly Hopwater.
I remember you talking at length about Holly Hopwater.
Basically a Disney princess. It was wonderful.
It was wonderful.
All right. Yep. You may.
Okay.
So the Arliss and Barnaby, are you still arguing, or are you just
100%.
in silent contempt?
100%.
No, Barnaby is still arguing, and it's like, I don't see what trout have to do with any of this.
We've gotten to that level. I love it. Yeah, Advocat will just kind of mosey back and take his place amongst you all again.
Yes.
It's kind of immediately.
I missed the whole ordeal. Did you at least help somebody?
Oh, you'll be happy to know that I did save several souls. So, not to
Quite literally or figuratively, I can never tell.
literally.
Good. I could, and I believe I'll have you know that I could have helped Monsieur.
No, there was no need. It was all fine. It was
directed at our list.
It's also one of those things, basically, as soon as Arliss sees Advocat, like, he's completely composed again. Like, he, like, straightens his collar and just kind of, like, the polite little bow of the head. Welcome back. I hope everything went well.
I mean, it was interesting at the very least.
Interesting. Good. Tell me about it later. I think we should be on our way now.
Certainly.
Perfect. Arliss will get back into his seat and just quiet. Like, he doesn't say anything. He, like, probably side-eyes at Barnaby, but that's it.
Barnaby just, like, toots his horn like in a harumph. Oh crap, Lulu's still with us.
Yep, I would
Yeah,
assume.
Lulu's here.
While this is happening, she's just hovering, like, oh no,
Guys, stop!
She kind of like alights on like Barnaby's shoulder and is like, it's okay.
Because Barnaby's still bitter. Arliss is great now. He's like, okay.
Barnaby's like, oh god. Nah, I feel up to now. Forget the combat. This was time.
That was great. That was great.
So the rest of the way to the bank is fairly uneventful. There's a lightning strike that's a little closer than you would like it's a little further down the street, and you see this bolt of lightning hit a nearby, like, it's like a metal gate is what it gets attracted to. And you see this kind of like scorch marks all over that, like maybe 100, 200 feet down the road.
Dreadful.
Yeah. But then you arrive at the third western bank of Elturel.
Heck yeah.
What we're calling it.
It's what it's called. I don't know why you're laughing.
I love naming
just a name.
places so much.
It became true as soon as it was said.
As soon as it was said, it's canon now.
That's just how it works. That's how this game works.
It's how it works, man. It's how it works, baby. There's no going back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's a very solid building. It's built out of this lovely white marble, or it would be if it wasn't just like covered in soot at this point. And it's got this kind of like elaborate archway entrance to it, which you notice the big wide like thick wooden doors have been broken in inward into the bank, and they're kind of lying askew. But the building itself still seems quite sound. In fact, the building next to it has collapsed, is actually like collapsed onto the bank, but the bank is still holding firm.
She's sturdy.
Good.
Her walls, they thick.
Does it look unoccupied from the outside?
Give me a perception check. Most of that's going to be audio, because you can't really see too far.
I mean, it's kind of like that. Mm-hmm. No. 7.
Well, you don't see any people out here.
Yeah.
So unoccupied.
I'm gonna let you handle it. I rolled a 2. I'm good.
Yeah, Gus is antsy, and he's just gonna like barge in through the front door.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So it's
I love Gus.
And he's also upon barging in, he's gonna be like, "This is a robbery."
You're muted, Eli.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't.
Neither of the two skeletons inside put their hands up at your sign of a robbery. But you get the feeling that if they had muscles, they would.
Very intimidating.
Are they undead skeletons or are they
Nope, just
dead?
normal skeletons.
Damn, that's boring.
Mostly unput together. Much like the gate you just saw struck. They look quite like the surroundings around them have been somewhat charred. Which is not it's an interesting thing. So you see the line of big marble teller desks where they normally do business, and then you note that the door to the back has also been smashed in.
Damn,
So
we
just
really got no
scorched.
money here, huh?
So there's just like scorched bodies.
Yep.
Well,
a
skeletons.
pair of skeletrons.
Does it look like was it from the sky? What is there a hole in the roof? Is what I'm asking.
There is not a hole in the roof. The roof is whole.
Okay, so Gus is gonna think someone did this to them, which is probably a safe assumption. Instead of the environment.
You could do some investigation or arcana if you wanted to find out more.
Yeah, sure. I'll do some investigation.
Barnaby will also sniff the air if possible, like just to try and get an idea of.
With his big old snoofer.
Now that you're outside, as opposed to in the cathedral, it's hard to avoid the strong scent of sulfur. So it's a little more difficult to get through the stuff. But the bank smells very clean otherwise. Like there really aren't any other scents. And while you've started to become unfortunately accustomed to the smell of corpse flesh, there doesn't appear to be any of that in the local vicinity.
I got a 6.
You got a 6.
Sanguine gang, man.
It might have been from outside. Like that's a distinct possibility.
With the door wide open the way it is. Oh, sorry.
Either way, yeah, Gus is just kind of gonna like walk over their bodies and peer into what appears to be the vault that has been blown into.
Yeah, so you check to the door that leads to the back of the bank, and the door itself, which would normally be locked, has been like. You can also tell very visually, really easily, that it's the door that failed and not the lock, because the lock's still there, attached to the other side of the door. It's the thick wood of the door itself has been like blasted inward. It seems like some kind of large force or a hammer. It's been broken into.
Gotcha.
And then you can check out. You can look back into the vault. And in a similar fashion, you can tell the rounded side. It's this big metal circular door with the wheel in the center that you would turn after entering a combination of some sort. And it's open and it's like been pulled aside, but you can tell they're lying nearby is the lock rod that would be inserted into the stone marble wall. Is lying outside on the ground, and the whole side of the door where that would connect to the wall appears to have been melted.
There's no
we got
money.
some magic.
And you can see into the empty vault, which is
empty.
Well, it's not full. I can tell you that much. If you were expecting a pile of gold, that is not there, unfortunately. It appears that if you wanted to do some investigation, interior is primarily full of lockboxes, a lot of which seem to have been opened and pulled and messed with. But if you wanted to do some investigation into that, you could.
Cool. Before he does that, he's gonna like shrug to the other people outside. Just
It seems as though you were beaten to it. Fortunate.
If only we stopped on our way to the cathedral. Maybe I could have gotten it.
Maybe.
You look at Barnaby and his eyes are squinting like he's starting to put two and two together that maybe Gus isn't as good as he thought not nearly as innocent as he thought he would. Was
You thought I was good, huh?
Advocate is
I'm no
immediately
goody two shoes.
I'm bad. I'm better than bone.
I'm bad. I'm
Cereal
bad.
without milk.
Moonwalks.
Brand.
Advocate is on the hunt for parchment and just like ink and just like anything to write with.
Wait,
There's-
you need-
there's
I
quite a bit of
actually
it.
might have some.
Like the bank
Either way.
has quite a bit of that for clerical work. Some of it has like bank information on it. Some of it is clear. If you do some scrounging, you can find some amount of clear parchment.
I lied.
Yeah,
I
cool.
lied. Sorry.
If I can grab just like 2 longish pieces of parchment,
Sure.
that will be like
Absolutely.
more than enough. And then inkwells is probably also part of the equation.
That'd probably be a good idea.
Um,
Most of them have been knocked over. So I think if you find like a supply closet, that's kind of you find a singular whole full bottle of quill ink, but you have to like reach through a shelf of broken bottles, and just the shelf is just covered in ink. So like you grab it and you're not like harmed or anything, but your arm's just covered in ink by the time you get it out of there.
oh,
I can fix that. You're good, honey. I got you.
I was counting on it.
Barnaby has been just disposing of the bodies for
Yeah,
now.
and Gus went
Make a
back
bone
into the
pile.
vault.
Sure.
He's gonna do a search.
Do and search. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Roll investigation.
Investigation?
Mhm.
Sweet. 17.
Ooh, that's a number.
That is much better than 6.
Yeah, so you notice that there are some lock boxes that haven't been broken into yet. It appears whoever here was in a hurry, or at least, if not in a hurry, kind of sloppy in what they were getting. 17. Yeah. So like, there's a possibility that there's some stuff in there. Just kind of looking around the boxes, though, you note that like a good chunk of them haven't been looted. They're just open. So you manage, if you so choose, you can manage to scrounge up like
Money.
maybe like I'm gonna go ahead and say like 250 gold
Oh damn. Okay.
from all these various open lockboxes that appear to be like opened, rifled through, and then untouched.
Gotcha.
I mean, who knows what that's even going to be worth in hell.
It's gold. Everyone loves gold.
We only deal
Maybe.
in souls here. This ain't dark. This is Dark Souls, baby. We only work at souls.
We're using fucking devil currency here.
It's like using gold as like monopoly money.
Laughs an economist.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are
So-
we choosing to settle here then? Posed to everyone.
For now. For now.
All right, in that case, Advocate is going to make himself at home in like, if there's a particularly comfortable looking corner, Advocate's going to find it.
How comfortable do you think marble is?
I mean, not the best.
Are there any benches?
Yes, but they're also made of marble.
Ah.
Sick.
So
do
you can choose
tellers-
elevated marble or lowered marble.
Are there any like teller chairs, stools, any
No.
writing areas?
Because sitting as we know, Elturel is a highly productive city, and the owners of the bank understand that sitting lowers productivity in bank tellers. So they're all standing desks.
That's okay. I got a bedroll. We're good.
I don't believe I have one.
Well-
R.I.P.
Either way.
Does Advocate have one?
Probably not. I don't
Wanna
think so.
share?
Arliss is gonna give up his bedroll.
Oh, what a gentleman.
What happens when you become a vessel?
Oh, you don't even know yet. All right. Let's see.
Fuck.
Advocate.
That was a dangerous thing to say.
I was like,
I mean, listen, you have formed a verbal contract, and Advocate's about to do some things that will make that even more poignant. So, Advocate is going to spend the entire time writing on the parchment.
Okay. This is your so you question. Are you all taking a long rest? Is that what you intend to do right now?
please. At least for me, please, God. I
Yeah.
have 19 HP.
Sure. Are you all resting simultaneously?
Question.
Barnaby kind of falls asleep standing in a way. Like he's like pretending
He's a horse.
he's saying that he's going to be doing I'll be doing the first watch, but the instant he starts leaning on anything, he just kind of slides a little bit. Yeah.
Just out. All right.
Yeah.
Barnaby distinctly not taking first watch.
I'll take first watch, but I would also like to get a long rest too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then we are doing and rest. If you would
Is
like
there-
to push the button.
Is there any? How? I have questions I need to ask myself first.
Okay. I am here as soon as you're interested in externalizing those questions.
Okay. Awesome.
How much is needed to how much rest is needed in a long rest to kind of like
I think.
Depends on your
5
crew.
hours of no activity, 3 hours of light activity.
okay.
So you can do some stuff, like writing, presumably. But for the majority of the time, you need to be asleep or otherwise doing nothing but resting.
Okay.
Unless you're like, an elf.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick perception because I need to run to the bathroom for
Sure.
first watch.
Go for it.
How
15?
big?
14.
14. I will keep that in mind.
Thank you.
How big are the boxes in the vault?
Sure. They range from like this size, like the size of like they range from this size to like tubs that you could like pull out. So like anywhere from like 6 inches to a foot deep to like 3 feet by 2 feet deep by like 5 feet wide.
He's gonna sleep in one of them. Not close it and lock it.
That's
but
kind of
he's-
what I thought where you're going
Yeah.
with that. Just gonna curl up.
curl up in a lockbox and not
Awesome.
lock it himself in.
Excellent. Yeah. This is before child safety locks, so if you did lock it from the outside, you would not be able to unlock it from the inside.
Just the other people just hear fucking banging from the.
Or alternatively, they did figure it out, and you close the door, and there's just like a little glowy crystal on a string that you can like pull to unlock it.
True.
Yeah, but yeah, you can totally do that. It's small and safe.
Yes, I am also only 3 feet tall, so.
Excellent. Yeah, especially if you're curled up, you'll fit just fine.
And I use because I have common clothes. I'm gonna use that as bedding.
Okay. Resourceful. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna give you inspiration for that.
Cool.
That's it's a fun thing. Good fun thing. Fun, good, fun.
Fun, good,
Are
fun.
we
Alright.
good?
Thank you.
So Barnaby's sleeping. Gus is sleeping. Advocate is doing something. Right, he's doing an amount of writing. He's writing a new fanfic.
Ooh, that's hot. That's hot.
Sleep writing.
Nice.
Arliss is doing some watching.
I'm doing the first watch, yeah.
Yes. Fairly uneventful. You hear lightning strike nearby again. You notice footsteps, armored footsteps specifically.
Okay.
So the metal against stone of the road,
Mhm.
but it passes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Who's on second watch? Do I know, or do I just wake someone up?
It was undetermined.
I mean, Avicat is staying awake, like, for as long as it takes him to finish this writing.
May I know what you're doing? Because
I'm
there's probably an answer to that.
It's the thing that I sent you before. It's for Caroline. I can tell you that much.
Did you
Fear.
send it to me before?
I did.
When?
It's like 2 pages long.
Oh, 2 pages. Oh.
I mean, don't get it's
It's
like
a contract.
I don't think I have it.
I can send it to you again.
I would appreciate that.
I will send.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
You may or may not have made a deal with a devil. This is a thing that happened.
It's this thing. I sent it to you on the festival.
Boy, I'm gonna lose all my soul, huh?
Oh,
Ooh, do you
I've
have
absolutely
interest?
never seen this before.
What? I sent it to you, but maybe you were busy. I don't know.
I don't like this is going around and it has like specifically for Caroline in it. And I'm like,
Do
oh
you-
boy.
Okay, you do have a legible version. Good.
Yes. I copied. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, it's fine.
Um,
It's fine. I'm
yeah.
not mad.
So go ahead and determine who you want to be on next watch while I do a little bit of reading.
So assuming that Avocat like wrote this, I'll probably do Gus next. Cause
If you
Arthur's
can
probably like,
find-
If you can find it. Oh yeah, you left. Gus is curled up in one of the lock boxes in the vault, sleeping.
I probably spend like 5 minutes looking, get up. Do I wake up Barnaby? Do I do I get slapped when I wake him up?
Poke the elephant.
Now, Hannah, I have one small question.
What's that?
Was it accidental that Adicat's full initials spells ass?
I hadn't even fucking thought of that. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
The answer is yeah, that wasn't on purpose, but it's kind of great.
Pretty good.
Maybe they're
Pretty
kind of
good.
just giant jokesters.
I'll wake up Barnaby.
Dear, did I fall asleep on watch again?
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that no, I don't think you did. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Everything looked good out there.
Yes, I'm quite fine. Thank
All
you.
right, wonderful. I'll let you continue your watch then.
Yes, he stands up. Ooh. Stiff, very stiff. Jeez. What was I sleeping on? Oh. What would Lucille say if he saw me?
Unless I'll just like find like a corner and just kind of like saddle up to it. Just kind of like it's leaning against it. It's not like lying on the ground, but yeah. His arms crossed, the whole like shebang. He's
Yeah.
gone. He needs sleep.
Very cool sleep.
He is cool dude, yeah.
Yes, but no, Barnaby will
This is very.
with his hammer, stand at watch outside the building, keeping an eye on everything.
Outside?
At the
Okay.
front door.
Oh.
Nice.
Arliss
So
is
you're
not
just-
going to
just
say
standing-
anything about
just-
the.
Just standing in the doorway.
Yep.
Arliss is gone. He's just like, you know, it's not my problem now. If something happens, I did my watch.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Oof. 4.
4.
Barnaby is very. What is Cole? What is Barnaby distracted by?
Sleep?
Deprivation.
I think you're just tired. Yeah, like you only got so much sleep so far. You're just like nodding off every once in a while. Wonderful.
Well,
Yes, so luckily your watch is somewhat uneventful. You don't notice anything coming. And then near the end of your watch, you feel the ground start to shake. And then it gets a little bit more strong and a little bit more strong. And suddenly, like, there are things rattling around in the bank and things are starting to fall over. Advocat, you hear a couple of other inkwells fall and smash against the ground from the closet. Most folks probably are startled awake by this, more often than not.
Peers out of.
Yeah. Could everyone give me dexterity saving throws?
Oh,
Oh.
jeez, I'm not gonna be good at this.
Nat 20, baby. Plus, that's a dexterity saving throw.
Correct. And
It's a 27.
and
Oh.
because of your choice of building, you will have advantage on this.
Oh,
We'll have
you will?
advantage.
Correct.
Okay. Good.
22.
Thank fucking
Ah.
Christ.
I got
Still not
6
much
both
better.
times.
6 both times?
Yep. So, well, actually, that's a 5 with the modifier.
Wonderful.
I rolled a 2 and then I rolled a 6.
Nice.
That sucks for you.
So both of you are knocked prone.
Damn, bro.
And the building continues to shake. And you note that one of the blocks high above you, Advocat, in
No!
the wall of the thing is like shifting and shifting and like getting more and more loose from the wall.
Barnaby! Barnaby!
Barnaby is on the floor.
Uh,
Like you heard a really big thump and maybe some splintering wood.
and then like just as you think it's about to fall out of the wall, the rumbles start to subside slightly.
I was gonna say, there's someone who literally just devoted their life to you. You're not gonna call their name?
Bigger.
He's big boy.
I can hide under a Barnaby.
All right. Alright, let's probably go over to you, Advocat, and just like help you sit up and just ask, like, are you good? Like, are you okay?
Aside from a minor heart attack, yes. I
Well,
am going
that's
to move to somewhere else hastily. Finish
Shifts
this.
10 feet away.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right.
Barnaby like slowly stands up. You hear some heavy creaking. I am quite all right. Do not worry.
Oh, lovely. Good to hear, Barnaby.
Great news.
Yes, it is. And I believe, Ambassador, I believe it is your turn on the watch. If that, yeah, I do.
Sure, fair enough.
If you take watch, you probably won't be able to take advantage of the full benefits of a long rest at this point, since you have yet to sleep.
So, Gus.
Gotta find me. If I'm awake, how long has it been?
Like a minute.
No, it's like between 2 watches.
I'm gonna say each watch is like 3 hours, so 6
3
hours.
Yeah.
So
This would be
Yeah.
the last watch.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Lulu right now. Lulu, like,
Gus
sleeping
is
in a-
feeling
Yeah, how's Lulu?
rested, more rested, so he's not gonna stay inside
The box.
the box anymore. So he's gonna scurry out and see where everyone else is. And I guess upon doing that, he will offer to take watch for a
Barnaby's
little
going.
bit.
Barnaby will squint. Lulu,
Lulu goes a little.
would you like to help us by keeping watch along with Gus right here?
Of course.
Thank you, Lulu. You're always helpful.
Just a little thrill. Just
Doot doot.
then she kind of comes down to the floor and just kind of sits right in front of the door. Little ears are like on the like marble floor, like a blanket almost.
Alright.
Yeah,
Ideal.
Gus is gonna be like, since Lulu is also here, he's gonna have a real relaxing watch and not do very much watching.
I'm just
Rad.
going-
Okay. In that case, Lulu, you can roll perception for this.
Oh shit, I don't have Lulu's sheet open. Let me find her stuff.
Sleeping with one eye open. And
Lulu.
Sleep with one eye open, hugging your pillow tight. Exit light.
Lulu didn't do so good.
Tonight.
Can I roll with disadvantage,
Take my
or-
hand. Yes, please. Off to Never Land.
Oh wait, we have advantage. I keep forgetting that we have advantage.
uh,
Or no, we don't have
yeah.
advantage on perception. We
No,
have advantage.
Dex. Yeah, you had advantage to not get hit by collapsing debris.
Lulu rolled a 5.
Yeah, so did I with disadvantage.
Lulu is very alert. Maybe a little too alert. What is Lulu hyperfixating on?
Lulu.
There's like this one weed just like slithering in the back.
I think Lulu found a pretty picture.
In the bank?
Yeah. This is like hanging on one of the walls, and it's like, oh, that's nice. It's a little dirty and smudged, but not too bad. You can still see what it is.
Excellent. What did you roll at disadvantage, Gus?
It was a 5, but I have so 7.
So Lulu found this really cool painting. It's pretty neat. It looks like it might be expensive, but you can't tell quite whether or not it'd be worth. It's pretty big, so like bringing whether
Bigger
bringing,
than I.
you'd have to like fence it. So it's kind of this debate of whether it's like worth bringing with you or.
I mean,
I see.
the market for art these days isn't what it used to be.
It's not a high priority right now in Elturel. I think you'd have a hard time finding a fence.
True.
Yeah. So on your watch, there's another small quake,
Oh, jeez.
but not so strong that you'll have to make saves. The rest goes mostly uneventful.
Can I go ahead and do a long rest then?
Yes. All of
Perfect.
you may hit the button.
Yeah.
Take a long rest.
Where even is that?
It's at the top.
Top right.
Long
You have to
rest.
click. You have to click it twice.
Take long rest. Confirm.
Oh,
Yeah, I have my spell slots back finally.
I have health.
so a long rest actually didn't do me much good because I lost my temporary hit points.
That's correct, but you also
Damn.
didn't gain
Stop.
exhaustion.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah.
That would have been disadvantage in all ability.
Oh,
That's not fun, baby.
true.
I've done that too many times before.
Then-
Barbarians.
I'll just gain them back eventually,
Barbarian.
inevitably.
All right. So, the lighting has not changed at all, but it is 8 hours later.
No day or night cycle. How...
It is always hell.
It's just kind of a. I don't know the extent to which much of you have kind of looked at the landscape, but yeah, it's just kind of this deep twilight lighting,
Mm.
like as if the light was. It's like if the sun was just under the horizon, but all the time.
Yeah.
Which is great for me because I have disadvantage in things in sunlight.
That could happen. Who knows?
Yeah.
The sun will rise in fucking Avernus.
So, are we heading to the cemetery today?
Yeah, let's see. Yes, that is on the plan. That is on the itinerary, I mean.
Do you have an itinerary, Barnaby?
Yes, yes. There's only one thing on it currently, though.
Ah. But there is a schedule.
Oh, there
There
is.
is one.
Mhm.
A meeting with the Archduke, perhaps. At I don't even know. The clock stopped working on the
Hell
thing.
o'clock is what it is.
It's always pointed to midnight, but I don't think it's midnight.
Mm. You watch the clock, and it is pointed like directly to midnight, and you see the minute hand tick forward and then tick back.
Yeah.
Eerie. Fascinating.
So we can't really keep the schedule. Unfortunate. Sorry. Sorry.
We can
I
make
think we
some-
should head on though.
Hmm.
Unless anyone has any business.
I believe we're ready to move on.
Perfect.
Alright, so I will mount Benjamin.
All right.
Is it far from where we are? Do we have to go across the bridges?
No, it's still on the western side of Elturel.
Bet.
Correct.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Bet.
Yeah, so you can head there. It's a bit of a ways. It's a little hard to like get there directly, but you should be able to get there like quarter day's travel, not very long. And you know, time has meaning. So, yeah, you make your way over there.
I believe it is in this direction. On the-
Yeah. Could you all roll perception for me?
Another 5.
Nice.
Wait, no,
Perception.
actually, no, that's a 7. That's better.
15.
13.
13. 15.
I got a 14 for Advocat.
14.
I'll go ahead.
Damn, I'm really leading the pack.
Yeah, Arliss.
Oh no.
Arliss, you notice.
Oh.
Lily rolled a 6.
Yeah.
Lily was still thinking about the painting.
What is the thing? There's the thing I'm looking for. You're walking along and you notice that there's a figure, a winged figure, kind of sitting. Give me one moment. Huh? No. Oh, I know where it is.
Still ominous though.
Crap.
Okay.
Hopefully.
That's great.
That means I'm doing my job.
Everything is.
We're literally in hell. I mean,
What can you expect?
technically.
Yeah, so it's a vaguely humanoid creature, much larger legs, and its arms kind of end in these two long hooks. And it has these big feathery wings and kind of a beakish face. And it's just kind of sitting there. It's kind of in a pose like this, and it's just kind of like, There doesn't really seem to be anything around it. And it looks distinctly not fiendish, not devilish. I'm just kind of sitting there.
Big bird.
It's Big Bird.
Does it notice us?
You see it kind of glance over toward you and just kind of like look and then kind of like turn back to its own stuff.
He's sulking.
Can I take a step closer to the gate and like try to like stick my hand through to see if it's like any like it'll react if like I'm sort of entering?
Yeah, so there's
Like-
it's in kind of this courtyardy space, I want to say. And the gate's unlocked. You can enter if you want to.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like perturbed or anything. But it does notice you kind of like approach, and you hear a voice in your mind.
Oh, great. Just to me, right?
Yes.
Oh, great.
And it just goes, have you ever pondered the questions? I mean, like the big questions.
It depends what you mean.
Like
There are
why?
many questions.
Why are we here?
Why is anything the way it is?
Exactly. It's hard to understand. There's much going on, clearly. Some people seem to know their purpose very specifically. But why? What is the point? There's no
Why
end.
is a question I've been asking all my life.
Every time it seems I've come to an answer, every time it seems I've found an answer, it simply leads me to an end, and then we start over. The whole thing, we just back to square zero, on into a new oblivion. I don't understand.
Advocate will kind of sidle up to like Arliss and be like, "Are you communicating?" It's a rather one-sided conversation.
Arliss slowly nods. But it's honestly, Arliss is saying all of this out loud.
Mm-hmm.
100%, so everyone can hear. But you have to admit that is the beauty of some of these larger questions. Some of them aren't deserving of an answer. Some of them just don't have one. Or at least things that we, as mortal beings, can't comprehend. So the question why could do a number of answers.
To be mortal, though, is to have existence. But within that existence exist multiple existences. Clearly, you, and it kind of gestures, you have not yet died.
I hope not.
But when you will, there will be an existence. The existence may vary, and that may change. But after that, there should... Is there not another existence? Is there not more after that?
Bird is having
an this is
existential
different.
Fucking crisis.
But this is different for me, for I live the same existence. It is not different, it does not change, and I am certain of one thing, that there is always another.
And how are you certain?
I suppose only because there always has been. I would assume
come to an end.
I assume that there will be another, but I suppose I cannot say for certain whether there will always be another. It is that way. And I'm dissatisfied with the idea that it simply is.
And what is it that you wish? For an answer?
An end to the cycle. Or deviation from the cycle. Deviation more than conclusion. For conclusion implies oblivion. But deviation implies a new something, a new anything.
But in regards, conclusion does mean closure. And that can be the most satisfying thing of all. Say I have a question that I ask. I have a question and I need to get an answer. What else do I need? A question that I've been asking for my entire life. A question that I only need an answer to finally be at peace.
What if you don't like the answer?
There's nothing I can do about that, though, is there?
I suppose not.
Yeah, Gus is gonna nudge to Advocate and be like, "Is he okay? Like, what's going on?"
I have no clue, but it seems riveting.
I appreciate your humoring of my thought process.
Course.
This is something of which I have been thinking for quite a while. I needed a break, so I figured somewhere.
Understand completely.
I understand. Thank you for understanding.
Of course. Is there a name I can call you, friend?
Not that would be useful.
I'll see. Then I will not.
If we meet again,
Right.
I am certain you will know that it is me and I you.
That is fair.
Provided
I understand.
either of us remember, which
Survive
would be
or remember.
both in equal parts.
Mm-hmm. Well, to you, my new friends, my new nameless friends, I bid you adieu, and best of luck getting the answers you need.
Of course. Yes, I suppose so.
Come, friends, we should now head on in. Are we all good? We're all here, all present?
Yes.
Good. We're all good then. And he'll like start walking in like it's nothing.
Barnaby will just look at the bird and look them up and down and just nod a little bit confusedly.
It looks back at you.
Something about that does not feel right to Barnaby. Is there something you need, sir?
You hear a voice in your mind.
Sure.
Oh god.
Not that I believe you could give me.
Then, if you cannot find it here, then
I do appreciate your companions being so kind, though. So if you should have any questions, I suppose, that I may be in my limited knowledge of this realm.
well, in that case,
And it kind of both Gus and Advocat both just hear in their mind, any questions?
well,
Hi.
Ah,
so before you leave,
greetings.
you would not happen to see anyone by the name of Duke Ravengard, would you? Was that?
I put little stock in names. I could. There have been many humans. Assuming this individual you're looking for is one of that. I suppose there are others on this city. I do not believe I have assistance for you in this matter.
Well, would perhaps some additional details of who they are, how they may be identified, help?
Unlikely.
If that is the case, then, if I may ask, I look up to. I'm guessing there's like a symbol of Torm over the cemetery in a way.
This isn't in the cemetery. This is just like a personal courtyard of someone's property.
Okay.
Okay. Oh no. In that case, then I'll bid you goodbye. And Barnaby will walk past them and to follow.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I have perhaps maybe a broad and it sounded as though you were having a very existential conversation. I'm sorry to, add on to it.
I apologize. I could not give you proper context.
It's fine. What is your nature?
Oh, abyssal. I am of the hordes.
I see. Okay, good to know. I had just never seen anything quite like you.
Interesting. Well, now you have.
Very educational.
And thus your knowledge grows.
Well, sorry for bothering you.
Of course. I'm merely here to be.
All right. The cat turns on his heels and starts to walk away. What in the heck is this thing?
Gus's turn. Gus is
Gus is
Question.
I don't know. I think that was the
This is beyond his comprehension. He's like,
Weird bird thing. Don't
yeah,
like.
he's just
I
like
go.
blank staring at the bird, like doesn't really understand the complexities of any of what was talked about. That
Head empty, no thoughts.
yes, he's like,
I wonder if I missed anything in the bank.
yeah, but yeah, he does think that it's a really big bird. All right, that
This much is true.
it is kind of spooky.
If you have a photo of it, I would love to see. But
Yeah.
for another time.
Yeah, no, I would love to see
I'll
it
throw
if
it
you have it.
in the Discord.
I hope it's what I think it is.
Because it sounds really cool, and I just want to see what I had a giant, like
I'll put it in the
existential moment.
text-reader voice chat.
I just always like
Oh,
to say,
wow. Yeah,
that's
that's
very
spooky as
different
well.
than what was in my head. Okay.
I was hoping that you created a philosophical abyssal chicken.
No, the abyssal
Bruh.
chickens look very specific.
Bruh.
I kind of love this thing. This thing is crazy looking.
I'm glad I made a friend. In a
Its
weird
face is
way.
all sorts of fucked, man.
It looks like a Jim Henson character.
It
I
sure
love it.
does.
He looks like
This
a
is a
Uh,
guy I could
vibrant.
sit down for coffee with and just discuss the meaning of life. I love it.
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah. Gus is just like intrigued at like what the fuck this thing is. So he has no questions. He's just like,
Interesting.
what?
Neat.
Nice. All right, let's go. We got a duke to find.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
duke.
So it's not very far to the cemetery entrance. You note promptly upon arriving at the cemetery entrance that there are a lot of undead. They don't appear to be hostile in any kind of like meaningful way. They're just kind of milling around
There.
the cemetery. From the outside, from the exterior of these tall gates, probably like 10 to 15 feet tall, you can see the undead milling around among the graveyard itself, and then in the back you can see a chapel.
Did
What should we do about these dudes?
Advocate who stands behind Barnaby.
But they're not hostile to us?
The ones, especially like, so you're fairly close to the gate, I would assume. And the ones like that kind of roam toward you, like, I again, I couldn't tell you how experienced you are with undead. But typically when they're given direction, they follow orders very simply.
Mhm.
And so, more often than not, the orders are like, go eat that person.
Yeah.
Or like protect this area or something like that. And they don't appear to they look mindless. They look like they are literally
Okay.
walking because they have legs.
Mhm. Yeah, that's fair. Can I take one step in to the gate?
Absolutely.
Does anything change?
No.
We good.
I sure hope so.
Barnaby starts walking ahead of the walking, I guess, in the front of the pack.
Yeah. I'll have my bow out just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bow out and like arrow knocked just to be safe.
Absolutely.
Right. And I suppose then, could I try and within this all try and pick out if there's any sort of scent of sanguine in a way, of the smells of sanguine within this place?
Cheap booze and ash.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what are you, like, you're gonna have to be more specific than that. Like, are you looking for people from Sanguine? Are you looking for
people from sanguine in a way?
So I appreciate the idea that you as a Loxodon have a sensitive sense of smell.
But
You are not a tracking hound dog,
okay.
though, and I think that might be pushing it just a little bit.
Okay, I will keep that in check.
But you can definitely look for people from Sanguine. Like that you can make a perception check and try and find people that look like they are from Sanguine.
Yeah, of course. I'll try and we'll do that then. 18.
Yeah, you get a pretty good look at like you look very carefully around your surroundings, and it appears that
Fine too.
the vast
Here.
majority of the people from not even just the vast majority, all the walking corpses you see are in pretty deep states of decay. In that they look like they probably came out of the ground. As opposed to some of the other undead you've seen in the area, which are people who were killed on entry to Avernus.
So essentially just nobody we recognized.
Correct.
So just give me a...
I mean, that you tell me, like, you're the
Oh,
one who
right.
used to live here.
So there are big zombies. There are a bunch of big zombies and little zombies. Barnaby, how big is this cemetery?
This is the primary cemetery for Elturel. And while it is like fairly large and there are other ones around, this is the one where the important people go.
Okay.
Are the graves disturbed?
A large quantity of them are.
Okay.
I mean, I figure they had to come up from
Yeah.
somewhere, so...
If you would like to get more details on that, you may attempt to do some amount of investigation.
Because it's
cool.
just like zombie.
Neat.
I suppose I'll just every once in a while I'll just recognize an old statesman in a way, some old politician that died a few years back. Nobody that Barnaby was close to, the community he was a part of again, a bit. Loxodons like to keep a little bit close in a way, most usually. The druids, I suspect, are a bit not exactly outsiders, but
definitively like different culture.
Different culture. Yeah. So it's nobody that Barnaby knows, but he's not particularly happy seeing these old statesmen's graves be disturbed. But he knows their souls are already gone.
That makes sense to me.
So the body does not matter as much as the soul. So Barnaby keeps his eyes gleaning for any sort of life that may still draw breath. And you said there was a mausoleum in the center?
A chapel.
Chapel. So Barnaby will just continue moving towards.
Yeah. Now that you all are like inside the cemetery gates, you notice that there's the graveyard itself, which takes up the vast majority of the space. There is the chapel in the back, and then fairly near to the chapel, you notice a bit of a crater in the ground. What would you like to do?
Gus will want to investigate the crater, I suppose.
Sure.
That
would
pique his interest probably the most.
It's a big hole. It looks like it was very much like punched into the ground rather than, it doesn't look dug and it doesn't look natural. And there's some like kind of weird purple mist coming out of the bottom of it.
How big is it?
I'd say 6 foot wide, 10 foot deep.
Oh no.
Hell no.
I'm gonna like do like a giant radius around that because I don't trust that for a minute.
Understandable.
Advocate is kind of like ping pong orbiting around like both Arliss and Barnaby in turn. It's kind of like, who should I be near right now? Oh god, the bodies.
Gross.
Is there anything in the center of the crater?
Not that you can see from up here.
Mind if I do a little? Barnaby will. So I can't see any scorch marks. There's nothing I can really glean from here.
I mean, there's the mist.
Yeah, not like visual, not just visually. You can attempt to make some deductions. Excuse me. If you want to make an investigation check, or you can, I don't know, like you can go in it.
Don't do that.
It's 10 foot. It's 10 feet deep, but like you can climb out of that, right?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Barnaby can climb out
It's
of
full
that.
of purple
I mean,
mist.
That's barely taller than Barnaby.
It'll
is.
only take like a DC 10 strength check.
Yeah. Barnaby will just sort of just hump down the slope and try to get a better idea of
Well, Abigail, you're staying by me now.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you actually?
So the closer you get to the hole, the more you note that it is like very much
Evil.
it feels cold and dry.
Ooh.
The mist itself, very much so.
Is it mist or smoke?
Mist,
Oh.
not smoke.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Can I perform an Arcana check?
Absolutely.
Shit, fuck me. What the fuck? God damn it. 8.
8. Yep. It's probably magical. It's almost definitely magical.
Yeah.
Gus will also do one. This is probably going to be worse.
Do you want to do Arcana or Investigation?
Oh, I can do investigation?
If you would like
Yeah,
to.
we'll investigate it.
We'll investigate it.
Yes.
Or are you
20.
still committed to jumping into the hole, Barnaby?
yes.
Okay, awesome. So while you're lowering yourself into the hole,
I got a nat 20 as well.
I heard. So Barnaby, as soon as you let go of the edge to drop down to the bottom of the hole, Gus, you notice that the pulse seems to be, or the mist seems to be pulsing very slightly
Oh, great.
with this light. And you also manage to notice that the light that it's pulsing with is in the same time with the companion. So like the lightning's pulsing around the big orb that is the companion, and it's doing it in time with the mist.
Why are we taking such risks?
Wonderful. So
Gus is like, this don't seem very good, guys.
So, Barnaby, your feet hit the ground, and the first thing you notice is that it's very uneven and kind of rounded at the top. It feels very like chunky and rocky. It also like shifts just a little bit, like while you're on top of it, as if it was like one big piece of loose rock. And then you feel the muscles in your legs start to wither.
Barnaby!
So you're gonna go ahead and take 10 necrotic damage.
Barnaby!
Yeah. This was a mistake that you hear calling.
No one here is strong enough to pull you back up, so hurry!
I have a strength score of 7.
Okay,
So you may go ahead and make an athletics check to attempt to get yourself out of the pit.
I lied. 6.
No.
I'm going to use my inspiration on that.
All right. Is anyone attempting to help?
Yeah, I can try to help. I only have a strength 10, so.
I mean, I weigh 400 pounds. I don't know if that's going to be. Like,
Yeah, I weigh 35, 7.
I could drive, but it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, Abigail's a fucking
I would
beehole,
say, like,
Awesome.
yeah, I'm with you.
Wonderful. So your 3 party members are looking at you in the hole while you attempt to scrabble yourself out. You're gonna use. You said you were gonna use inspiration on that athletics check.
Yeah, let's see.
Sure.
Okay, much better. 21.
Could Lulu help? Probably.
Lulu's strength like.
Pretty decent. Anyway, yeah, you managed to scrabble yourself out of the hole.
That
Her strength
is
is not.
You see Barnaby's like pants are kind of withered and you know, like his foot. It looks like his shoes are kind of. They somehow aged in that hole. I'm guessing, if I may.
Sure, yeah, something like that. It's kind of hard to like determine. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Pardon me for being blunt. Are you always this stupid?
Also, question: is his legs like fucked up looking now, or what?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
Just a little bit thinner.
10 HP worth of fucked up.
Okay.
Which is
So
that's
probably
quite a
decent
bit.
amount
That's a decent
for
amount
our
of fucked
level.
up.
Yeah, that's a decent amount.
Well, I was just thinking that since nobody else seems to wish to investigate the hole, that I would investigate the hole.
Investigate from a distance. From a distance.
I tried to investigate from a distance. I could not glean too much. So what else was I supposed to do?
What part of
Mr.
the purple mist looks safe to you?
The purple mist may not be sure the purple mist, but this is just a hole. And what if I found some remains down there of Duke Ravengard? I had to have gone down there.
Was there
Well,
anything
probably
down there? Was there anything down there?
There
No.
was pain.
Then you're an idiot. Continue. Arliss just starts walking off. He's like obviously like annoyed at this point.
For a moment, one of you might just like see Barnaby's hand just like brush the edge of like the hilt of his hammer for just a moment.
All right. Everyone. Just...
Am I out of touch? No. It's the warlock that is wrong.
Let's not get all riled up. You know, we've gone through the cycle before. Let's just be a little more cautious.
He's just mad because I'm correct.
No, everyone.
Like you see little Animal Crossing steam clouds coming out of it. Excuse me, Mr. Monsieur. But like, he just goes off.
What is with you with insulting my accent? Are all people from Elturel brutes like you?
Oh.
Ooh, it looks like you just
Struck a nerve.
No.
You just dwelled into some territory that you should not have dwelled into.
Let's all
Out
be...
of character, I'm fully expecting to get punched. Like 100%.
No.
I'll take that hit.
giant elephant fist right to pretty
With
boy
like
face.
this like little like 6-foot boy who's just like
Barnaby like he towers over you for a moment, and his like you see his trunk flex. But then
Flex.
very tensely you see it. You see him like deflate a little bit and say, I will not be baited by a cretin. And then just moves past you in a way like towards the. Alright, 1 sec. Somebody's at the door.
Trunk punch.
Advocate to himself is just like, nobody listens. Nobody listens. We just had this talk. We just had this talk a few hours ago. Nobody fucking listens.
oh. Arliss is like wiping away a tear. He's like laughing. Well, that was delightful.
Arliss, we can't be...
This party dynamic is very different.
It's something.
We can't be rehashing these things. It's just going to make things worse.
My sincerest apologies, then, Lord Advocates.
I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, frankly. But whatever. We will figure it out later.
So, are you entering the chapel?
Yes.
Yep.
Barnaby first, probably, by a distance of roughly 30 feet.
Just like, just storming off, angrily.
Awesome. So, you enter the chapel. It's a lovely little chapel. And there are a number of things. It's a little chapel. Fairly standard. You see, like, pews and a little pulpit and stuff like that. And there's, like, a big alabaster block, effectively, behind the pulpit up at the front of the sanctuary. That's really obviously meant for coffins, because that's what this chapel's for. And the pews are in quite disarray, quite a bit of disarray. Most of them have either been smashed or moved aside. Easily the first notable features are remains, not of humanoids, but of minotaurs. You notice a trio of skeletons slumped over in different points, particularly where the pews have been more significantly damaged. And they've been, like, really clearly fought with. Like, there are hack marks, and one of the skulls of the minotaurs has been, like, crushed and split in two. And then up toward the further front end of the cathedral, there are a few things. There is an unconscious man lying down next to the pulpit. There is a big helm, like this big cylinder with kind of these wings coming off of the side of it. Not wings in that they look like literal flying wings, but just like protrusions off of either side of it, that bears the symbol of Torm on it. And there is a torn cloak of teal and orange that bears symbols of Lathander.
But Barnaby will immediately move toward the unconscious man and lay on hands for 3 hit points.
Yeah,
Again, just
they
lean down,
become
take-
stable.
Yeah, but still knocked out, I assume.
Yes.
Do I
At least,
recognize-
unless you choose to wake him.
No, I won't immediately wake them.
Arliss, if you enter,
Yes.
you are familiar with the visage of the Grand Archduke,
Yeah.
Holder Ravengard.
Probably met him before, like, once or twice.
Could be.
It was
No big
probably,
deal.
noble life.
Does he like buying weird little religious trinkets?
He tries pawning those off on everyone, let's be real.
Yeah.
He probably, like, goes, like, immediately goes to his side and, like, just, like, gently, like, shakes his shoulder to, like, try to wake him.
Yeah. He stirs and very briefly comes to consciousness and just says, oh, Christ. Oh.
Who's that?
Shut up. Oh, God.
Who's that?
Do you not know what deities are? Idiot.
Archduke, are you alright?
I'm fine. Got a nasty
Archduke.
blow.
Archduke Ravengard?
Where's Lightwood, the cleric? Is he not here?
You were the only one we've seen here.
Would they happen to be the owner of that cloak over there?
Yes, likely.
Then they are gone.
God. Gideon's not to be trusted if you see him.
Gideon whom?
Gideon Lightwood.
Gideon Lightwood.
And
Keep-
what does Gideon look like? For those
Uh,
uninitiated?
Wears things like that, gestures to the cloak. Tall.
Gideon Lightwood?
Light ward. Like ward of protection.
Okay.
Light ward. Light wad. Light ward.
Lightwad.
Ward. Ward.
You're from Brooklyn
You're
now.
a cleric?
Correct. Or, nah, he's supposed to be. I don't know anymore.
And they look like...
Tall, pointy hands, glowing red eyes.
You trusted someone that looked like that?
Well, I trusted him before he looked like that. Oh, and Ravengard like stands up, and you note that like there's this giant like two-handed sword next to him that fell like beside him, and he like grabs that and like uses it to get himself up.
Arliss will like assist getting him up.
Yeah, sure. This was not an ideal meeting.
Did he betray you?
I suppose that would imply any fortune beforehand. I'd come here looking for the Helm of Tormsight in an attempt to gain insight into what to do next for these people. It's not even my fucking people.
No, it is not.
Christ. It's a new fun swear I came up with.
It's actually quite interesting.
It's catchy. It's snappy. I know. Yeah.
There are other things at hand.
There are. I attempted to wear the helm and was met with something much more terrible than what I expected. Though I do not believe I was correct in adorning the helm. I believe there is another presence that is not Torm taking it over.
Any hint of what that presence could be?
Take your pick, devil or demon. I doubt it was a god. Though, I'm surprised it has been left behind if Gideon is nowhere to be seen. If it's what he was using to communicate with, whatever gave him all that, then I would have assumed he'd taken it with him, but maybe something has changed.
Is everything here your work? And like Arliss will like point to like the bodies that are around.
No, I had assistance somewhat. There was another cleric of Lathander here.
What would their name be?
I never caught it. Carried a musical instrument?
That might be a friend of ours. Might have been Yarlo Asimar, I believe, correct? Asimar.
Couldn't tell you.
Fair.
So this helm. Sorry, excuse me. We seem to be all complete strangers.
Well, I don't know about you.
Right. Sorry.
The Duke looks like a little confused. Like,
Forgive me. We've met before briefly.
Oh,
The
of course.
Monsieur noble family of Sanguine.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Yes, I remember the meeting.
Yes. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner.
And you are Katerina, Monsieur?
No,
not Katerina. Carlo?
Carla. No, that was
Carlo.
Carlo.
The younger one.
No, unfortunately not. Arliss.
Arliss. Are you sure it's not Mateus?
Mateus is my father, actually.
Right. Not Mateus.
It's no offense, quite.
I apologize.
It's the greatest pleasure to see you.
It's been an eventful week.
Barnaby is suspiciously stone-faced, and you think you think he might be getting some enjoyment from this.
Okay.
The fun of
Damn.
little noble petty
Bullshit.
It's a fallen noble house. It's okay.
At least Arliss is self-aware enough not to get hurt over it. He's like, I get it. I'm small time.
So.
I believe I'm expected back at the cathedral. I should probably be getting back.
Yes.
Yes, unfortunately.
We were actually sent.
Fortuneless favor.
We were actually sent to assist you by. You must remember her. Remember her name. It was Fairy.
Jinx.
Yes. There were, in your absence, there were some complications. Demons an infestation of mad devils, you may say.
Unfortunate. Is everyone okay?
There were a few. There were. We found a few fresh casualties. I'm sorry to say.
Unfortunate.
We cleared them. We cleared them out and and sent packing a few other devils of Zariel who were sent to clear them out.
Hmm.
Oh, and keep an eye out for a white Abishai known as Victusa. They may. We don't know if they'll show up again, but they were for our new masters. Kind of says that with a bit of eh. They appear to be fairly cooperative, in a sense.
Docile at the very least.
Good to know.
Cooperative.
Um,
And if we might say, where were you when this all occurred?
I was at the cathedral, attempting to meet with a Krieg. He'd invited me here, and I was attempting to.
Oh, that's quite ironic, actually.
Oh, I'd figured he'd died.
We found the worm hiding in Sanguine. He had apparently signed us all into a deal.
That's disappointing.
The Archangel.
But not surprising. Chuckles.
It was surprising to us.
Well, too close to the issue, I suppose.
So what will you do now, Great Archduke?
Great is a word for anything to do with right now.
And you may want to know that Sanguine has been that is where we came from, engulfed in a bit of a power struggle in your absence.
Oh, I'm certain. The dukes are leeches. They'll try and eat each other at the first chance possible. Same as the plan before. Probably head back to the cathedral and help where I can. Provide leadership. See if we can gather parties to go scavenging for food where they might be safer than individuals.
That would be helpful.
I was hoping to gain some insight into how we might help in a more permanent manner. We've no way of producing food. We're cut off from our farms. We're cut off from any supply routes. I fear that we can scavenge all we like, but any help will will only be temporary.
This helmet, the vagaries around it, I'm kind of catching on to, but what exactly is its purpose?
It's meant to it was for the High Priest of Torm. When the High Priest wore it, they'd receive visions directly from Torm.
And now it is corrupt.
I'd assumed so, though the fact it is still here is surprising. For if it were corrupt and being used, I'd assumed Gideon, who I thought had been using it, would have taken it with him.
And what exactly did you see when you put on the helmet?
Flashes, blood. It's hard to describe. The end of most things. Not all things, I don't believe, but a future in which this gestures broadly is not to last.
And yet, have you considered that maybe that was Torm himself?
A chilling thought, but possible. It's possible also that my request was not feasible for me, in that
Perhaps.
I am not meant to save Elturel.
Perhaps.
As a matter of circumstance, being here in the first place, I suppose it wouldn't be the first case of wrong place, wrong time.
I'm sure.
How do you find yourself to be here? You're not Elturian.
Of course.
We came with the assistance of a cleric out of New Kyla, the Shining City. You must have heard of it by
Oh,
now.
I'm familiar.
The deal with the upheaval. I'm sure you.
Oh yes, quite interesting. I've read a book about it.
Yeah.
I lived it.
Oh, fascinating. We must talk. Tea, perhaps.
Barnaby. So wait, is the crown still? Is the helmet still here?
It's just on the ground.
Barnaby is staring at it and says, "Would you say? How did you say that it operates before?
You simply wear it.
And there's
I
nothing to say that
see
it
your
would've-
thought process, and I do not like where this is going.
Relevant for the physicality of the helmet. I mentioned that it was a singular colander. It's notable that the helm doesn't rest on top of the head, but rather covers it entirely. So the cylinder will rest on your shoulders with the wings outward, and the rest of it will be above.
Would it perhaps fit on a
He has big
popular-
head.
He got big head.
That's a good question because it super wouldn't.
Barnaby will like
All the high priests of Torm have been humanoid, or human, literally human.
Barnaby will like reach out to it with his trunk. Perhaps if it would not work for Archduke, then perhaps another member of the clergy.
Perhaps it's it's not my church, friend.
Here's perhaps a strange idea.
If any of you want to give it a try, by all means. It's not my.
Barnaby will pick it up and just look at Advocat for almost confirmation.
As soon as you're holding it, you are overwhelmed with a desire to wear it. But you just can't. It won't fit. It's very frustrating.
I mean, it seems we understand that it's not inherently dangerous, seeing as you're still alive, though.
One moment, I'm trying to.
Barnaby, I think that's fruitless.
If any of you put this on your head, I ain't gonna be in here when you do it.
Well, I had the thought that if it has failed to yield the results wanted by a member of the clergy, that seems to be the unifying factor in at least this one trial. What about a non-partisan? Someone who has no, gambit in this. What
Barnaby
would I see?
Barnaby was looking at
couldn't tell you.
But
Gus refuses to put that thing on his head.
Yes, he was human, baby.
Probably fully engulf Gus anyways. Oh, I didn't think about the fact that Africa has fucking horns. It might not even fit his head either.
I'm
Shit.
probably the only one. Literally.
This is very
Arliss just kind of looks to Barnaby.
Barnaby says, "No, no."
Okay. I understand that this is all part of, this tension, this grudge. Let's think for a moment. Think about what's best for Elturel as a whole. Let's put aside this pettiness and really consider everything, right? I mean, Arliss may be able to provide some insight. We don't know without being so close to the problem, as it were. More could be revealed. We might know more. We might be able to save Elturel. That's what you want, right?
Yes, it is.
We don't even know if it will work. I will just put it on and report back everything I see and hear.
While you do that, I'm gonna stand outside.
That's
I
fine.
don't want to see. I don't want anything to happen. I don't want to see it. I don't want to get hurt.
Fair enough. How badly do you want? Oh, okay. Then you agree. Okay, good.
Tom, forgive me for giving such a holy artifact to a noble.
Just nobles.
Grumble, like not give you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good word.
Wait.
It's almost as good as Philistine in terms of like regional insults.
Yeah.
So yeah, Arliss will take it and just kind of like inspect it in his hands for like a second. Like,
As soon as you grab it, you are overwhelmed with desire to put it on.
It's just kind of like, it's a slow thing though. Like start getting it on, and then like the slow, just kind of like getting it to fit until it like rests.
As soon as it touches the wings on it touch your shoulders, it feels locked in place, as if it like it's to stay there. And the world as you perceive it, because at first it feels kind of silly because you're lowering this just like metal plate in front of your face, and then the world as you perceive it just fades away immediately. For the rest of you, what you see is Arliss very slowly lowers this helm onto his head, and then just falls to the ground.
Oh, perhaps we should have sat him down first.
Oh, you hear like the little metal
You're
on the
clunk. Like it's like it rings like a bell, like as soon as it hits the ground. He's out. He's sitting in his own world, and while this happens, you see 3 glowing orbs. Like, not so much orbs as much as little spots of light coming out that appear out of the helmet.
Oh my.
And they kind of like circle around for a little bit, and then one of them starts to like get close, and then there's 4 of you in the room.
I am not in the room.
You're not in the room. Wonderful. There's
Yes.
3 of you in the room. Well, 4 plus Raven Guard. All right, Advocate. You feel an energy pulled from you, targeted as if it's kind of a link with one of these little spots. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh god.
Oh god. Hi, I'm not here.
Correct. No, you're there.
How do
You
I
can take
roll
damage.
initiative?
You'll fail automatically, so you'll get a 0 for initiative.
I have a +8 initiative. So I got fat nothing.
My
You see the little
Constitution
message?
saving throw was 2.
Nice. So Arliss is at a 0.
So I can't even do shit.
Oh, I need to
Sorry, guys.
add Raven
I'm gonna
Guard.
throw this dice into the ocean. I can't. That was a 3.
Do I have anything I can do?
Yes, you will have a turn.
Cool.
It'll be a little different.
I'm sure.
Let me get Lulu.
I was honestly afraid. I'm like, oh no, do I have to go to the corner?
No, you'll still be here.
The immediate fear.
I want everyone to hear this.
Lulu
Oh,
got a
God.
14.
It's more. This is something that I'm more interested in being
Yeah,
public information.
I get that.
All right.
A +8 on initiative for nothing.
Yeah. I'll give you the 8 initiative
No, it's okay.
if you want.
I like the 0. I think that's funny as hell.
Rad. Okay.
'Cause he's just
What did everyone get?
It's in the
I
chat.
put it. Yeah,
In the
I got a
Oh,
19.
spread out.
which
Yeah.
chat?
The call.
Oh, in the call chat.
It's on the bottom
Doop, doop,
left.
Yep. I only have one of those.
I got 19.
It's Barnaby is
Barnaby,
16,
16.
Gus is 19.
Guess it's 19. Advocate rolled a
3 initiative, 2 con save.
Don't forget Lulu is there too.
Yeah, Lulu got a 14.
Okay.
All right.
And then Raven Guard, whatever he gets.
Mm-hmm. Lulu got a 14.
Yeah, Lulu was a 14.
Cool. Yep. Let's do a little bit of rolling. All right. All right.
Strong.
Raven Guard's feeling a little sluggish.
Nice.
Oh, lovely. I mean, he just woke up.
This is true.
He also has like 3 HP or something.
And our little glow friends.
No, don't.
I've never seen +9 decks before.
What the fuck?
Excuse me?
That's interesting. 28 decks. That's pretty neat. All right.
Neat.
So, Gus, sorry, we have to resolve a failed con save.
Bye.
So yeah, you fail on a DC 10 con saving throw.
Bro, that sucks.
Hurt me. Just do it. Just hurt me.
Do it. Do it.
Okay, cool. So that'll be. Where's my D8s? There we go.
Oh, lovely. It's at least 2.
12.
That's alright.
12 necrotic damage.
Oh,
Nice.
Yep. Taking that. Oof.
you don't get that back.
Ouchie.
All right. Yeah. So Gus, you're up first.
Cool. Did I just like hear shit go down?
So you saw these. Yeah, you're outside,
Yeah.
and hey, Advocate, what
Yep.
sound do you make after having life sucked out of you?
What sound did I make? The Roblox goof.
Ugh.
It's
Uh,
probably more like a wheeze, just a.
So you probably heard Arliss hit the ground,
Yeah, just dunk.
and then probably an amount of commotion just now.
Do the wisps exude light from them?
They do.
Okay, so I guess I see that as well.
Glowy.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my way inside. How big is the room?
I'm gonna say like 40 feet wide, 80 feet long.
Oh wow. Okay.
This one room is the whole building, effectively.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna get myself pretty close. I can move 35 feet or 30. I can actually walk 40 feet.
Okay. So you can halve the distance.
Yeah. And I suppose
Probably a little more than half the distance because they're probably not at the extreme end of the room.
yeah.
No.
I'll shoot him with my short bow, I suppose.
Sure.
I wisp. I'll try to however that works.
Yeah, I mean
Shooting.
it's going to be a little difficult because it's very small. It also doesn't seem to have like a form. Like it's just a light. Like it's really hard to like
Yeah.
pin down like where you're supposed to be aiming.
So let's try.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try. I don't really care which one it is, as long as is there anyone? Are they all near a person?
They're all kind of hovering above Arliss right now.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Cool. I got a nat 1.
Well, that won't hit.
Yeah. Sure won't.
Arliss,
Hi.
fun or factual?
Okay, no los
Go ahead. Just do whatever.
Fun.
Sure. Advocate, Barnaby, and Gus. I'm gonna need you to or not Gus. Gus shot the bolt. Barnaby and Advocate. I'm gonna need you to make dex saves.
Oh, jeez.
Where's Lulu positioned currently? Is it in bolt range? I'm gonna say it's within bolt range. You took too long.
Yeah, because she stays near. She's
Yeah.
always flying, more or less.
Oh, okay.
2.
2.
That was a... What kind of save was that? A dex?
Dex.
9.
9. Could you roll for Lulu?
I have so many things open. Okay, cool. 8.
All right. So thankfully for all of you, Elder Ravengard rolled the worst. So
I would have taken the arrow.
No. It wasn't going. It was never going to hit you. I just needed you to make a decision. You're on the ground. Why would it hit you?
I figured because they're above me.
So Older Ravengard's gonna take 7 points of piercing damage as the arrow just like sticks in his shoulder. He's like, ah!
Tell me
Fuck.
he had only 3.
Hmm?
Tell me he had only 3.
He did only have 3 because he was healed from unconscious. So you hit Older Ravengard in the shoulder, and he whacks his head against the wall again as he goes out, and he is unconscious.
Shit.
Oh, shit.
Gus says, "Oops."
Barnaby, it's your turn.
Oh, jeez. Barnaby looks to the spheres, to Advocat, and then and to Gus, and to Duke Ravengard. Oh, he's being pulled in so many directions.
Yeah.
He swings for the one that hurt Advocat with his hammer.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
go for it.
I'll be taking Great Weapon Master on this.
Sure.
7, so no.
Super not gonna hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that case,
Well-
is that your whole turn?
No. And I will take my second strike, not with Great Weapon Master. And that's going to not be any better.
Cool. Then it's not gonna hit anymore. All right. Are you doing anything else?
I'll be like trying to like push Advocat a bit out of the ways, if possible, and try and get between him and the orb.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. You do that. You whiffed a couple times, so one of the lights is gonna like bzzz, get up to you, and it's going to crackle, and make an attack against you. How's 14?
14 will not hit.
Awesome. All right.
AC
So-
17.
The other two are gonna zip in different directions. Oh no. Okay. That's a fun ability. One moves over to the unconscious Raven Guard, and starts pulsing.
Oh.
No, no.
Raven Guard is
Hey.
gonna have to make a con save.
I don't like that, Cole.
So bad. So bad.
Snickers.
That was
I have
close.
regrets. I have
That was
regrets.
close. It continues pulsing, but it doesn't look like anything's happened yet. The light seems to kind of be like lowering onto Raven Guard's chest.
This is not good.
And then the last one zips over to you, Advocat.
Ugh.
Good to know I'm safe.
Do anything.
You got the helmet on, so they ain't.
I'm living life, y'all.
That is an 18 to hit.
Oh, yeah.
That'll deal 10 lightning damage as a little shock jolts between the light and you.
How
Oh,
are you doing?
I've taken, that was 2/3 of my health in 2 rounds. It was crazy.
I pledged my life to you, and I'm not there to help.
This is a disaster.
Oh, shit. Okay.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it super doesn't help that I shot.
That's all 3 lights. It's Lulu's turn.
It is Lulu's turn. They're so spread out.
Lulu's got her dailies back.
Yes, Lulu has her dailies back, but
Magical protection?
That's just
Oh.
a constant thing. And it's only ranged.
yeah,
I remember
that's
correctly.
on like, well, her aura of invulnerability. Let me get this so I can actually fucking read it. any spell of 5th level or lower cast from outside the barrier. So yeah, it's not like she could hover over Mr. Man and like just stop that from happening. Shit. Lulu will try to position herself to where she wants to do a trumpet, but she doesn't want to catch anyone in the radius of that, except for at least one of these things. How doable? Because
not like that, because all these whips are getting real close up on whoever they're attacking.
Yeah. Shit. I could have her try and use her tusks. That seems, I don't know, man. This is bad. She's gonna try and use her little tusks on one of them. On the one on the Archduke.
All right, go for it.
So that's
Charge.
fucking 3. Lulu, why? Lulu, no.
Also not gonna hit.
Nope.
All right.
Well,
is that your whole turn?
6, but still. Yeah, no, I don't think that even. No.
You can shout if you want.
No, Lulu's.
Scream. I don't know. Advocate.
Yep.
Hi, Advocate.
Hi, Advocate. How are you doing today?
Hello. I'm not great. I'm gonna try something weird. This thing that's on me. I'm going to try and I want to try and use vampiric touch on it.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and kind of reach out and grasp it and try to pull the life out of it.
Sure. So, the first thing you notice is as you go out to grab it, your hand goes right through it.
Shit.
But you do feel something there, and it'll still be able to cast your spell.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah. So my hand becomes kind of just...
like if your hand were suddenly going through water for if it was just in that amount of space.
Strange. So my shadow-wreathed hand touches this thing. Make a melee spell attack against a creature within reach. So melee spell. Wait, what? Melee spell attack.
Correct.
So
So you'll roll a d20 plus your spell mod.
Plus my okay. This is new for me. That's sure not great. Well, actually, okay. 7, 8, 9, 13?
13 will not hit.
Shit. Okay, and
Right.
then yeah, I guess it just doesn't fucking take god damn it.
You didn't hit with your attack. All right. Raven Guard's gonna make a death saving throw.
Can I get away from it?
Yeah, you can move.
I'm moving away. Moving
Nice.
away from it.
Nice. You do so. Raven Guard has to make a death saving throw.
Ah!
Raven Guard fails a death saving throw.
This went so bad, so fast. This was so fast. So fast.
Gus did not want anyone to put this fucking thing on his head.
Arliss,
Hi.
you
What am I doing?
Suffering.
from nothing, as your perception of the world fades back, starts to fade back in, and what you see is a woman in heavy armor, heavily bloodied. She has a fresh cut on one cheek. And she's grasping at this sword, this long sword, that looks incredibly ornate. It looks like it's almost not as if it were forged or created, but almost as if it was grown, as if the metal were an organic form that was always meant to be a sword. She's clutching it to her chest as blood just streams down her face. All right, Gus, it's your turn.
Okay. Shoot. I suppose Gus is gonna close the distance
Damn it.
and get in there with everybody else.
Mix it
And
up.
what would he do? He's gonna he's gonna try and pull the helmet off of Arlith.
Okay. You like grab it and kind of like tug at it, and even though Arliss isn't like holding it down or anything, it feels locked to his shoulders, like it's just not coming off.
Gotcha. Well, I sup- I'm going to grovel, cower, and beg.
Okay.
Everyone around me will have until the beginning of my next turn. Oh no, until the end of my next turn. Same thing. You gain advantage on your attacks against enemies.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
That's super interesting. So, paint a picture for me.
He tries to pull it off, gets scared, and then just starts pleading and to the wisps to stop.
Leave my friends alone.
Awesome.
Yeah, he goes on his knees and is just like, please, because making a distraction.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Great. That's actually great.
And yeah, I would definitely rule that like all of the wisps get affected by this because it's a 10-foot radius, so that's pretty big.
Yeah.
And you're all pretty clustered right now. Absolutely, yeah, and it's so like you notice the wisps start kind of like wiggle, like what I don't really know what's going. That's a little weird. I don't know what's going on here, and they seem somewhat distracted. Awesome, wonderful. Barnaby, you're up.
Barnaby uses this distraction to pull away and get to Duke Ravengard.
Okay.
And will cast a second level Cure Wounds.
Awesome.
That is definitely what it's called for right now.
What, you don't want the Will of the Wisp to just be able to instantly kill Ravengard?
No, bro.
No!
Oh, he's got +6 to con. He'll be fine.
Well, actually, the first thing I'm gonna do.
It's only a DC 10. What's the worst that happens? He dies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
so let's see. Ooh, that's a good start. Oh wait, no, that's just all it's gonna be. That's going to be 13 hit points back.
Nice. Yeah, so he is no longer unconscious, no longer unstable, and awake.
Yep. And Barnaby will just let out a horn, go boom, and he says, "Everybody stay calm, we can handle this." And I'm going to bonus action channel divinity, turn the tide.
Ooh.
So everybody who is below half HP, you will regain.
Please.
Let's see.
That's Raven.
4 hit points. Sorry, that's not too much.
That's something.
Plenty for me because God.
And so this is
That should
everybody. So
hurt
it
it.
might include the Duke.
Yes, it will. It absolutely will. Ravengard's normal stat block starts at 112 HP.
Jesus.
Holy cow.
And that's all Barnaby can do this turn.
Awesome. The wisps are somewhat confused, but they do see this big loud elephant. So the one in front of you is going to do Anchok again. Attempts to do Anchok.
Lucky shot.
I believe that'll hit 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Or 22, not 24, 22. For 9 points of lightning damage.
Oof. Oof. He's getting down there.
one will continue harassing Advocate.
Ugh, just shocking him in the butt.
Stop zapping me.
14?
Oh,
What? Oh wait, okay, no. That scared the fuck out of me for a second. Okay.
Not damage, attack.
To hit. It does
Yeah.
hit. Jesus.
It does hit? Okay.
It does hit.
I can roll up to 16 damage, so don't be surprised.
That's still not great.
7 lightning damage.
Okay. So
And the last one is annoyed that Raven Guard is up, but also knows who got it up, so it's going to go back to Barnaby. Do Anzap. 19?
yeah.
Yep. All right. 6 points of lightning damage.
Thank you.
All right.
Barnaby, let's see. No, I'm still not under half.
It is Lulu's turn.
Lulu. Okay. I still can't. Like, I'll try my little tusks again.
You have advantage.
You do have advantage.
Come on, Lulu, fucking do it. Okay, that wasn't terrible, but it's the same. Wow. Okay, weird. That's gonna be a 16 to hit.
16 will not hit.
Wow,
Ooh,
Lulu
yeah.
tried her best.
Is Lulu going to do anything else?
No, she'll just kind of keep hovering between, like, you can't
Oh,
Worried.
baby.
I can't help.
All right. It's Advocate's turn.
Great. There's 2 things I want to do, and I don't know which one would be more fortuitous.
I don't know. Saving yourself.
You'll
sounds
only
pretty
have
good.
advantage on attacks. So if you want to take advantage of that, you'll want to do something that makes a spell attack if you're using a spell.
Okay.
I mean, no, please do something else.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I'm crazy. Okay. I haven't been
Disagree.
casting fucking Hellish Rebuke.
Reaction, yeah.
That's true.
I guess I can do that now.
You can only cast it as a reaction.
It's a reaction.
Okay. I'll try and fucking keep that in mind. I keep forgetting that I have that.
Once a day. I don't remember. I think it upgrades at level 6, if I remember correctly, to twice a day.
Well, okay, with that out of the way, then I'm just gonna cast False Life.
On yourself?
Yep.
Okay.
And
Protect.
yep. I need a little help.
Little boost. Little help.
You can do Vampiric Touch again. You have advantage on it.
Yeah, it's a spell attack.
Because it's a spell attack. And it'll go away after Gus's next turn. So
Okay.
if you want to take advantage of that, you're going to want to do it
Scratch
now.
that. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
this is. I won't really have another good chance for it, so. Oh,
Provided you hit.
True.
hold on. That was. Okay. That was a 16 plus 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 or 16. God damn it. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21?
21 will hit.
Okay.
Wow. Nice.
And then
What type of damage is it?
it is necrotic.
Interesting.
So 3d6 necrotic.
All right. It will take half of that.
Oh shit. Okay, well whatever. So that's
We
oh
need
okay good.
radiant damage.
6, 7, 8. So that's 9.
So it'll take 5.
And I will regain hit points equal or half of the amount of necrotic damage dealt. So I'll take like
3.
3? Okay.
Yep.
Not doing what you needed to.
I mean oh, I did the wrong thing.
Did you?
Hold on. Let me fix it. I'm good.
Oh, did you accidentally damage yourself?
Yeah, I did. I put damage instead
Nice.
of heal. 'Cause
Amazing.
Buttons.
Okay.
Um,
Good.
Yeah, can I just want to keep skirting these things. as best
Keep
as I
trying to
can
run away from it.
Get away from me.
Sure. Like you're gonna start like edging away from the other people too, so you'll be like more toward the entrance end of. I'm gonna get. Presuming this area is roughly a rectangle, you have the pulpit end and the entrance end. You're moving toward the entrance end. Most of the folks are gathered around the pulpit end.
Yeah.
All right. Raven Guard is up and at him. And picks up this sword and is just like, well, and starts trying to hack at the one that was just above it, the one behind Barnaby. Let's see how this goes. Miss. Miss. Miss.
Oh, no.
Whiffs all three.
Holy cow.
It's very frustrating. Arliss.
Hi.
So, flying next to the woman is a small golden elephant with rapidly fluttering wings. She's with them together, and they appear to be running from something across this vast desert landscape. You can't see what they're running from, and you can't see what they're running to. Gus, it's your turn.
Oh. Gus is going to... He's going to try and attack one of the ones that are by the others, I suppose.
There's two on Barnaby, there's one on Advocat.
I'll go for the two that's by Barnaby.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll go for one. I'll go for the one that's by the Duke. What's his name?
Raven Guard.
Raven Guard. Yeah, I'll go for that one
Go for it.
with my short sword.
Mm-hmm.
Will a 19 hit?
A 19 will just hit.
Okay. So that is. Will this get sneak attack bonus?
Yeah, you're flanking. You've got pack tactics.
Sweet.
And will this still
7.
have... It has advantage because...
Yeah, because it's until the end of Gus's next turn. Or is it? No, sorry. It's at the end of
It's this
this
after
turn.
This turn
It is next turn from when you use the ability.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Fair.
So it would have had advantage anyway.
Uh, 18.
And
Damn
you
it.
are not currently using a magical dagger, correct?
I am not.
All right. It will take 9 of that.
Okay.
All right. Are you going to do anything else?
Do you have any bonus actions?
Yes.
I'll
you do.
take my cunning action to get the fuck away, I suppose. To disengage and go like 20 feet away.
Sure. Barnaby, you're up.
Alrighty. There are 2 wisps around me,
Correct.
so I will take my first swipe against the one that is right in front of me. That is gonna be not gonna hit. That's not gonna hit.
Nope.
And then the second one, I'm going to move past it after missing the first one and go for the one that's by Advocat, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
That's even worse. I can't hit anything today.
Big hammer, little wisps. It's like golfing, but it just doesn't.
It's like golfing with a sledgehammer.
Correct.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Baseball bats.
all right.
Like...
Advocate, you're going to continue to get harassed. 18 will hit.
Yep.
Oop, jeez. 14. 14 lightning damage.
Advocate's on the fucking ground.
Advocate's unconscious.
Advocate drops.
Coolio. Then 1 will harass Barnaby. That will not hit. And one will harass Gus, because Gus is being a nuisance.
Yes.
It's going to fly over to you. 17?
That will hit.
Okay.
God, where's the fireball?
4 lightning damage.
4?
4, yep.
Okay.
I mean, you can rip it off someone else's body.
It's
You wanted to.
literally attached to me.
Yeah.
Help yourself.
Meanwhile, it's Lulu's turn.
Oh, Lulu. Okay. God, Lulu, you're so useless right now.
If you can, you could use your trumpet at super close range and angle it, but you'd only be able to hit one.
Yeah, I need to try because, like, gotta try.
Little Tuskies aren't doing what they...
They deal a max of like 4 damage to begin with.
Yeah, I'm going to use... Which one to use? I'm going to use Trumpet of Sparkles.
Oh.
And the one...
Sparkles.
Which one? I guess it just...
You got one on Gus, one on Barnaby, one on an unconscious advocate.
I'll go after the one on Barnaby. Barnaby needs to be freed up. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, it will attempt. DC?
14. And then
It will fail.
okay. I need to... I'm gonna roll this in. Dice roller. It's mini dice. Hold on. Math. Okay. D8 plus 4. And then just go. 19. That's 19 radiant damage?
It will take all of it. It flickers, so like you see the glow, and it like it dims severely. Like it does this huge pulse, and now it's just like super dim.
It is a little.
Oh, you said the one on Barnaby?
Yeah.
It goes out.
Ah, thank goodness.
Nice.
Be gone, toot!
Big.
Be gone!
It's like a ray gun, just goes off at close range.
Meanwhile, Advocate, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Yeah, that's just straight up D20.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it's dark in here. Okay, 12. Oh,
Alright, you succeed 1 death saving throw.
yay.
Raven Guard's gonna follow up and try and hack at the one near Gus.
Don't fail 3.
True.
Right.
That'll hit.
We're getting
Those are
somewhere.
D10s.
Thank God, yeah.
That's 14 cut by half is 7. So it's a miss. That's a hit. 15. Or no, 13. I know how to do math. Yeah, 13. Cut by half would be
6.
7.
also 7,
Or-
rounding up.
Oh, it goes up, right?
All right, that one's dimmer, but it's not going out yet. Arliss,
Okay.
you see an enormous, just like slack-jowled, this massive demon threatening to, like, its mouth chomping behind the woman and the elephant. It's coming closer and closer, and it doesn't seem like they can run anymore. And then the woman plunges the sword into the ground. As soon as the sword hits the ground, the elephant comes over to it and makes this loud trumpet sound that blasts the demon backward. As soon as the demon's out of range, this alabaster castle, this fortress, rises up out of the wasteland ground around the sword. and starts like forming all these walls and panels independently. The elephant flies off. It flies up into the sky, and it watches down as around the demon, around the fortress, and around the sword, this scab of flesh seems to build up around the fortress, almost in denial of its existence, trying to remove it from its own surface, but can't. And it ends up trapping both the fortress and the demon that was chasing the sword into the ground.
Wow.
So, Gus, it's your turn.
I don't like the whisk over the wisp. Whisk.
You're getting beat by a whisk. It's shocking you.
Over Advocat. So Gus is going to head on over to that one and ignore the one that's right next to him.
Okay.
And he's going to try to do another stabby stab.
Make it happen
on this wisp.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have advantage with pack tactics.
Sweet. Do I get to roll twice then?
Yes, that is how
Okay.
that is how the advantage do.
21.
That'll hit.
Good Frank reference. Thank you.
Excuse
Don't
me.
dab. Don't
What?
dab.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
Dab.
just it's unconscious. It just
Don't dab.
I have to.
Just does
I don't think about it anymore. It's just it's funnier because it's dead to me. That's not a joke for anyone else. That is a joke exclusively for me.
It will take 21 piercing damage. So
Halved, so 11.
yes, 11
And that's the one that was on you.
on Advocat.
On Advocat. Okay.
Yeah.
11.
Bless.
Which D&D character is most likely to dab in this situation?
Advocat. Anyway, it's Barnaby's turn.
Probably Arliss.
Is that the end of your turn, Gus?
Or
is it Lulu? Is Lulu the most likely to dab?
I don't think she know what it would be.
And also,
who thinks memes are funny but doesn't know what they are.
would she
That makes
use
sense.
one hand over the face and the
Well,
other trunk?
Yeah, no.
the other
You
hand?
do one arm, one ear. Barnaby, you're up.
So there's still a sprite on Advocat, correct?
Correct.
Right. So
Advocat is also unconscious.
right.
But Gus just hit the wisp over Advocat, and it's getting significantly dimmer.
I'm going to keep swinging at it.
All right, go for it.
That misses. That misses.
Yay!
19's a pretty high AC.
It
Are
is
you going to
very
do
high.
anything else?
It is very high.
Let's see if I can do anything else.
Having advantage.
No.
Nope. All right, cool.
A blessing.
So the wisp above Advocat starts lowering down
Yeah.
onto Advocat's chest. Advocate, I need you to make a DC 10 saving throw.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What kind?
Constitution.
Okay.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, that was a 14.
All right. You don't die.
Oh.
It's Lulu's turn. Oh, sorry. There's another wisp still.
No.
The one that was that was originally by me.
Yeah, it's gonna zap you.
Me?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's kind of zipping around. Not quite sure what to do yet. It's going to miss though.
Okay.
9. I don't think.
No,
it hit.
I
Yeah,
have a
don't think so.
15.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Lulu's turn.
Lulu is gonna do kind of the same tactic, on the one by Gus this time. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw. 14 DC save.
All right.
Trumpet of Sparkles.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it once per day?
Trumpet is 3 times per day, and I have.
And you can choose which one. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Rad. DC what?
14.
Well, it rolled a 20,
Shit.
so it succeeds.
Okay, so it'll actually.
Is this the one over Advocat or by Gus?
Gus?
Okay.
Half as much on a successful save. Okay, so it's still.
Yeah, it still takes damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
On spells that require a saving throw, besides a cantrip, if it's an actual spell, most of the time they still take damage. It's just half.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a 17 halved then.
So that'd be 9.
9, yeah.
It
9
goes out.
radiant. Nice.
Oh, thank goodness. I only have one more of those.
All right, Advocat. You hear a familiar voice
Oh no.
that you've heard from before,
Yeah.
and it just says, "Do you need my help?"
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot that we at any time can make just like, I want to make a pact with the devil.
They are also a warlock.
Yeah, I'm also a warlock.
So
I have a very specific person who's trying to assist me.
Yeah, but
Um.
I also, when you said that, it reminded me that at any point,
That's
any
a thing
of
you
us
can do.
just-
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's a little more debt? Yes. Please.
Okay. Instead of rolling a 20 on your death saving throw, you roll a 20. Or instead of rolling a death saving throw, you roll a 20.
Okay. So
You are conscious. You are at 1 hit point.
Oh, okay. So
You go to 1 soul
Oh.
as you feel a pretty significant portion of your essence just leave your body.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I...
Price to pay.
So, how do I get out of this mode? Wait. So I go to 1 hit point.
Yes.
So, apply. I'm alive again.
If you roll a nat 20, it counts as 2 saves. So it's basically like you just got another 2 saves when you came up.
Okay. Am I like just prone still though?
Yes.
Okay.
That was your turn. Raven Guard is going to continue attempting to hack at the remaining wisp above Advocat. Miss. Hit. 12 should halved to 6 should kill it. Yep.
Yes.
The last one goes out.
Less. Evil wisps.
Arliss,
hi.
it's your turn.
Yeah, it is. I got my notes ready. Let's go.
You watch the winged elephant. It watches as the scab overtakes the rest of the fortress, and then it flees, kind of wandering around, uncertain of where it's going, just kind of aimlessly flying, until it comes across 2 odd bird-like humanoids dressed in patchwork armor. They're standing next to a machine of some kind made of dark metal that has odd weapons and tools and these big spiky metal wheels on it. And you don't see any like horses or anything that would typically draw something like that. It's just odd, big, dark machine. And as soon as you see the elephant find these creatures and fly toward them, and you notice that they interact, or they start to interact and greet, your vision snaps back to the inside of the helmet.
Interesting. I kind of like that moment, like as soon as he snaps back, it's like kind of like waking up after like a nightmare, where it's like the deep no one saw that. No one saw that. Like the deep inhale in sort of thing, and like this immediate sit up. He just like takes the helmet. Like, can you take it off? Okay, like he takes it off and just kind of like sets it down. He doesn't throw it.
Right. It's
Just
just
kind
like
of sets it down. Oh. And then he just looks around at just whatever's going on.
You see Barnaby fruitlessly swinging a hammer at a tiny little ball of light.
What in the nine hells is going on here?
I believe we're in the first hell, actually.
What in the first hell is going on here?
Nothing good.
It appears the helmet had something magic nonsense, I think.
Like, kind of just like hearing this, he just kind of immediately looks at Abacat and just like bows his head. I'm so sorry. It was me putting on the helmets. I hope you can forgive me for this.
Oh, stop it. Just, we'll figure it out later. Just, for now, can we get the hells out of here?
Yes, absolutely.
Barnaby will like, slowly pick up Advocat. Yeah.
He's very too much weak to like actually like actively fight that. So he's just petulant and tired.
Yeah.
That lovely 1 HP.
I will admit when I'm wrong. That was bad. Very bad.
Yeah, I knew we shouldn't have put that on your head. It just said bad juju to me.
Arliss actually looks a bit remorseful. Like, probably for the first time.
So what did you see?
A scene that I don't entirely know how to convey. Can I just, like, get away with, like, actually saying it and just be like, Arliss explained pretty much what he saw, because everyone listened?
A lot.
Because
If
it's
you'd
a
like
lot.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
A lot.
We're all
We'll have
here.
and we have a recording.
I wrote down a lot, but I like missed some bits. So like I was just like, oh god.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I don't have everything. I only have bit, and that's it.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. As you speak, like Lulu will actually kind of like, she's listening intently. She listens to everything that goes on, but her little ears start to kind of like droop down, and her like eyes just get wider and wider until she's just kind of like sitting on the ground.
Did the golden elephant look like Lulu?
Yeah, a bit. So in the world of vision and dream, it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, when you have a dream and it's like the role of the role of your 5th grade teacher is being played by like your aunt or something, and somehow you know that both of those things are true, but you can't actually. But then you like try to look at them and it's just like a blank face, like. What was communicated to you very thoroughly was that it was a golden elephant. That there are some pretty strong implications there, but to know exactly, it'd be a lot harder.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, he'll just kind of convey everything, like, to the best of his ability. That's that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you're done, and there's like that half second of like quiet, Lulu just goes very quietly. She goes, I remember that.
What do you mean, Lulu?
I don't remember much, but I remember that.
Were you the elephant in the vision?
I was hers. I was her Hollyphant.
Whose?
Zariel.
Good.
That is very. Thank you for
There's
telling
Caroline in the corner of the frame, just ah.
Thank
Hello,
you
welcome
for-
back.
Are you sure?
I can't wait to hear that in the recording.
Are you sure, Lulu?
Positive. I was hers. I was her Hollyphant, her mount.
What happened?
Oh, she makes a really sad little noise.
Oh.
I think we can confer what happened. There was no getting out of that
No,
thing.
we tried. It was all we could do. But now that I remember, I think the sword should still be there.
Then we should find it. Shouldn't we?
The sword that is hidden in the alabaster fortress that is now entrapped and encased in this fleshy substance.
It must be. It must still be there.
If we are, perhaps we can. Perhaps advocate. Deals can be struck with devils, correct?
Of course. That's their entire thing.
Perhaps if we can obtain this sword, we may have a bit of a bargaining chip, would you say?
Lulu kind of makes a. She's like, but what if we could use it differently? It's strong.
Shut up.
And Advocate just kind of grumbles and is like, I'm not knowledgeable of this sword per se. I don't know if it's an equivalent exchange, a sword for a city. There's no guarantee. We would have to... For a contract like that, to be able to buy it out, so to speak. I mean, the price is immense. Vastly immense. I don't know if there's enough money in the world to buy an entire city and all of its mortals.
I'm sure we can discuss this on the way back, though.
I would prefer to, it's a little hard to think right now, to be honest.
Barnaby will, give you a quick lay on hands for another 5 hit points.
Yeah.
Even though it's not much, but...
No, it's plenty. This is plenty of hit points for now. Oh, thank you. Advocate goes from looking
6 times
pale.
more than where
Yeah,
you're at.
having a little more vitality, if not strength.
And I guess Barnaby will go over to Lulu. Is Lulu still really kind of?
She's on wondering. She kind of has this look on her face, like Lulu's been kind of happy, carefree so far, and now she's just like the gears are actually turning for once. like, like
Oh shit.
she's chewing on something, but she'll kind of like flap her little ears and like follow behind.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give them a little pat. There, don't worry yourself too much for now. We, what do you say we head back to the cathedral with the Archduke here? We can discuss more there.
Yes. Sounds a little forlorn, but like just because not because of anything specific, just thinking.
Good. You did a very good job. Barnaby will look at the helmet and say, I suppose we should be taking that with us.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
A barrier.
Well-
Use
Unless you wish to carry me, we
wrap
can take
in-
it, but
Wrap it in the discarded cloak. The cloak on the ground. Why don't you wrap it and then, as long as you don't touch it.
if it doesn't work and I carry it, I will carry it. If it doesn't work, just slap me, punch me so I drop it, something. Barnaby, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be the one to punch it out of my hand.
Gus,
Barnaby rolls his eyes.
keep everyone accountable. Just. I don't know.
So, yeah, Arliss will, like, go over to, like, the blue and orange cape of Lathander
Mhm.
and, like, try, like, pick it up and, like, try and, like, fashion away. Like, I don't know if it's, like, torn to shreds.
It's like one big piece that's kind of
Okay.
shredded at the end.
Yeah. So, like, he'll, like, kind of, like, try to shimmy it under and, like, he's gonna, like, try and, like, push it on as best as he can, like, just really quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't react the same way as it did the first time.
Yeah. So, and then, like, he'll just wrap it up and just, like, carry it.
All right.
So, is
Okay.
it good?
Stop holding me, Barnaby.
Dude, it
What?
doesn't. Wait. If I touch it, it doesn't react to me anymore.
Not in the same way. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do the overwhelming desire to put it on.
I'll still bring the cape anyways because it could be useful. We don't know.
Might
So
as well keep it just so other people don't touch it. Are you still holding me, Barnaby?
probably
Probably, yes.
Avocat's
football
gonna
carry.
no, Avocat's gonna like start to like wriggle and be like, "Put me down."
No. Oh, yes, of course. He will, like, very carefully put you down. Doesn't want to break anything.
Very like,
Don't break the warlock.
very like gingerly like dusts himself off and tries to like. He can't exactly carry himself with his usual gait, but you know he's trying. This is
A facade of propriety.
he's not feeling his best.
What is the picture of the party?
It
Literal party.
it's it,
It's a bunch of people in party.
it's people at medieval times. I looked up. I googled medieval times party, and found a picture of that.
It's very good. I was like,
I thought it
what
was
is-
funny.
Is this on roll 20?
Yeah,
God, I need to get it. Hold on. I want to see it real
it's
quick.
very silly. Here, I can also like put it in the just. For
I
text
still
chat.
like the idea that like we just make our icons just like stock images. Like I still like that idea.
I put a high-res version in the
They
text
are.
for voice chat.
Oh my god.
It's
It's
wonderful.
sure is medieval times.
Oh
Mhm.
my god.
I've never been, and I kind of want to. Anyway,
This one not that far
Wild.
from me.
it's the party.
Amazing.
We can make a collective party token later. If we want.
True. So I guess we're just gonna head back to the cathedral then.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Okay.
it. All right, yeah, you do that.
Perfect.
Are all the
Um,
undead just kind of chilling outside still?
Just milling around.
Okay.
One like bumps into you. It's really awkward and gross.
Gross.
Like it bumps into someone and like its spleen falls out.
Oh no.
Yeah, Gus will wretched that. That's
Gross.
fucking nasty.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, you make it back to the cathedral uneventfully.
Good. Good. No chicken.
Correct. And no, the forces haven't returned or anything. The cathedral's still quite empty.
Okay.
Oh, looking back, yeah. Did that one thing actually look like one of the bird-like people from the vision?
There weren't any bird-like
I thought
people
In the vision, there were like winged people at the
There's
very
like
end
something
by the machine.
Oh no, very different.
different.
Okay.
Oh, different,
So
different.
bird-like humanoids,
Okay.
as opposed to I used the word humanoid to describe the demon you met earlier, and that wasn't super accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Very different. Yeah.
It's got arms and legs
Yeah,
and
it
a
was
head.
whenever I did
Sorry,
it,
at the
like-
description of that, most people, I'd say particularly the people from Sanguine, would be able to recognize that description as Kenku.
Mm.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Kenku.
Kinky.
Kenku.
Good to know.
Kinky.
All right. Shut up.
Cheeps is in hell. I mean, what?
Oh God, no.
Cheats, no.
The last year was real rough.
There's just a little note in his bed says, "Hey Dad, sorry won't be coming home today. Miss
I'm
Raven,
in hell."
Miss Raven's taking me on a field trip to a new place."
I mean, technically, Dahlia is somewhere in hell.
In
So,
a hell.
in a hell.
Presumably not this hell.
A layer.
Much more likely to be in Phlegothos.
I just really like the idea where she's like holding it up. She's like, "Where the hell am I?" She's like wandering around somewhere now.
She's like asking for directions. Like,
Excuse me,
hey.
I'm trying to find my wife.
Blood wars going on.
Just walking straight through the like battlefield.
Anybody? Hello.
Yeah,
There you go.
but you make it back to the cathedral.
Okay.
Ravenguard immediately goes back to the refugees and starts taking stock of what's changed, what's going on, what plans they want to make going forward.
Right, so Barnaby, I guess. So Barnaby says, "So what do you say? We take a short rest on these steps and plan out what we are to do next."
Gladly.
True.
We short rested?
We short rest in. Mind if we take a quick break? By the way?
Yeah, that seems a good idea.
I need a lot of break.
Yeah, I'm wondering. How long do people want to keep playing? Because this would be an okay break point if we wanted to end tonight. But if we want to play for another like hour or so,
Yeah.
That's also fine.
That's fine with me.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Sure, if we want to go
I-
on
I
for a
think-
little while.
There's a few little things we could kind of like take care of to wrap up.
Sure.
I need to find out what the hell that letter is about for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Please,
Yeah, then let's take a little bit of a break.
Hannah.
Listen, we're getting there, okay? We're getting there. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I almost died, okay?
Many things are happening.
You put on a very spooky helmet.
I just like the entire idea. Arliss is having like a pretty sick dream, and like his friends are dying around him, and he's like totally oblivious to the fact.
Sure.
He's just like, all right, okay.
That was
Okay.
maybe the most frustrating sequence of 7s and 4s I ever got.
Oh no.
There were a lot of really poor rolls.
I was, why are there so many? Why are we cursed?
Yeah, I don't know how you guys are rolling so poorly.
I couldn't even roll. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I know.
Here's the thing. Barnaby has one good stat, and that's his constitution. Everything else is mediocre.
Yeah, my actually Gus has pretty good stats. The only stat that isn't is his intelligence. His intelligence is only an 8.
My
So,
strength is a 6.
oof, yeah. Everything
I
else
have
was
yeah.
great. Is great.
My
Instead of
Dex, Constitution, and Wisdom are fine.
yeah, all of them are like my wisdom's 10, but then and my strength is 10, but my constitution and charisma are 14, and my dexterity is 18. I took the instead of taking a feat, I just gave myself more stats.
That's fair. I'm probably gonna do that next time. If we get to level 8, I'll probably do like the pick out stats.
2, yeah, either 2 to 1 or 1 and.
Because turns
1 to
out I did a big oopsie. You know my special arrows?
Mm-hmm.
They use intelligence, not wisdom.
Oh,
Guess who has a base 0 wisdom or fucking
Hey,
intelligence? I have a
gotcha.
10 intelligence.
Well, it's better
So
than
my
my
saving
8.
throw is 10.
Rough.
So
maybe you can talk to Cole and maybe
it's too late at this point, sort of thing, because we're recording it. I'm like, I'll take the L because I didn't like read too much into it, but
Yeah, it'd probably be good just to put 2 more points into intelligence, so at least you have a +1.
so yeah, it would help a lot going from like a 10 DC to like 11 or 12. Like it's not that much, but still like any bit helps.
True. Yeah, plus. Yeah.
Because I also put more into wisdom because I wanted like a higher perception score. Because I figured that would be better for an archer, which is literally what I am. So
yeah.
I just have to wait 2 levels until all my attacks become magical.
Oh, that's super nice.
So I'm waiting on that.
And you still get some sneak attack too with your multi-classing.
Yeah, I do. Honestly, I will be entirely honest. I only got rogue because I felt like it would benefit backstory more. Like I think the idea that like you and I could talk and thieves can't
True, yeah.
alone and no one else in the party gets it. I thought that was cool. So
agreed. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some food.
I need water. Where's the mute? There it is.
Oh boy.
I heard my name mentioned. Does someone need assistance?
I was also gone for a moment, so I have no idea.
Cool.
This next part is going to be
Interesting. I have ribs and French fries in the freezer for after that, or not the freezer, the fridge. Because we got pizza last night, and I ordered a side, and by a side I mean I got rib tips and fries, where the minimum amount to order is a pound.
Yummy. I love ribs.
I also like ribs. I like rib tips less because they do the thing where they cut it sideways, so you have to like hold the little like bone nubbin and then eat around that.
Yeah.
I've been very much enjoying this session.
Yeah, I like this session a lot. It's really
A lot of fun.
so much action this time.
Yeah. Moving forward.
So many gears.
Yeah.
turning.
This is why I like. I think I might be leaning towards non-dungeon crawl stuff, just because because last session, like, the only thing that happens is that dungeon. Like, you don't even get to like reveal that much information or anything.
Right. But
Unless you want to be making like an investigation check every turn of every few minutes.
Well, and you want variety. So
Mhm.
I mean, you know, like you don't want every session to be, you know, like the same. Sometimes you do want just a.
I sure am excited to play games that aren't D&D.
You know.
I was thinking of stuff we could do for the meetup when we're all together.
Yeah.
And I was debating between having a live Avernus session, because I think that would be pretty fun,
That would be fun.
or playing Dungeon World,
Could
because
also-
that's way better like in person.
Yeah.
And it's like it'd be quick. Or we could do like the other thing I thought would be fun would be doing Dungeon World in Gaul as a setting.
Mm.
So like pick a new location. Like let's just define a new city. Let's just define a new place in Gaul and just go. But with the understanding that it exists in the place already, so we kind of have a bead on setting and tone.
It has a history.
Or we could play Dread.
Dread.
Or we could play Apocalypse World, or we could play Mouse Guard, or we could play Pathfinder 2, or we could play Vampire the Masquerade,
So many good options.
or we could play...
Many good
What else do I
options.
have over here?
Oh my goodness. Oh my
we could
goodness.
play
Don't
Traveler.
fight, you bastard.
We're not going to play Traveler. I don't want to play Traveler. We could play the Firefly RPG. We could play...
Oh, are you talking about things to play while Hannah's here?
Yeah.
Should I go get Quest? I finally got that in.
Cool.
Remember the Kickstarter RPG that I backed
Like 2 years ago?
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Guess who finally
It finally
got
came in.
So,
Nice. Rad.
hold on. Let me go get it because it actually looks pretty sick.
Rad.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I wish to see.
Ugh.
God, I want to... If we can get Matt into... Like, honestly, I just want to find a day I'm, like, certain Matt will be available and just schedule it for that. And just be like, everyone else can make it work. Go. As long as it's not Thursday. I've got a different thing on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. That's your playtest.
Playtest, yeah. I need to get more details about that because currently the location is just Chicago.
Oh.
Because I think he's testing it in the suburbs too.
Didn't laugh. No funny, did not that.
Oh my god.
Alright, what's up?
Hello.
So, yeah, it literally finally
Ooh.
came in.
I like that cover.
I got the limited edition cover for it.
Nice.
So it's like it's honestly really pretty
Ooh.
on the inside. It's all original art.
Nice.
So just kind of like
Yeah, that's
going
pretty
into just like that's the character worksheet, the roles,
Here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
that's
going
super
into
rad.
like all the spells and whatnot, things that you can do as characters. And
Huh.
then here's the core deck.
Oh, jeez. Nice.
So opening
I
it
love
up is
ephemera.
also more official
Ooh.
art. So
That's very
we have
cool.
It's so
roles. We have the roll cards. So like if you want to be a doctor, like there's like some like a card that goes with it,
Mm-hmm.
sort of thing, where it's like kind of backstory,
Right.
and then the actual like quest items that you can
Mhm.
do. Well, that's just the stop card. That's just like if you're feeling uncomfortable, you play the card.
Yeah, it's an X card.
It's one of those. So like yeah, you like actually get quests or items and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I finally got it in.
Nice.
So I could bring that if we want to try.
Yeah, we've got a
It
lot of
was-
options.
We
I've
got
also
a lot.
remembered that we've got Dusk City Outlaws.
Was
which
that
is-
the one that we did before?
It's the heist one that we played with like
yes,
Adon.
yes, with
yeah.
Adon and
Aiden.
Aiden, yeah.
Yeah.
That one was fun.
That was
That
fun.
one was a lot of
And
fun.
that one's very much built for like one-shots and for local stuff. But also,
Oh, yeah.
I really want to play Dread. That would be pretty cool. There's a lot of options, and I think what we're probably going to end up doing is just playing. It would also be super cool to do an Avernus session in person.
That'd be really fun.
Because we've got the physical map.
Mhm.
We've got like people. We can do cool things.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just think if it's the kind of thing where like I'm much more concerned about just having us all be in the same space for a while, regardless of what we're doing.
Yeah.
But like, it would be fun to play something.
Yeah. It's literally one of those things where it's just like it's always fun seeing other people's reactions. Like having the Google Hangouts where we actually like have our cameras
That's
is
really
a lot of
nice.
fun. Because you can see me getting mad, throwing my headphones down, and getting up and walking away for a second. Like, there's something about that that's honestly, like,
It's a new kind of
pretty
magic.
cool. Yeah,
fun.
exactly. Where it's like the one thing I wish we had during Kyla, where it's just like getting super into character.
Just God, the physicality. Because I always catch myself like acting things out at my desk, but it's like no one can fucking see that.
Mhm.
See, I get very whiny as Dahlia. Like, I just move around a lot. But Arliss, I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? It's fun because I'm like, are you sure?
I'm interested in seeing what'll happen as soon as I don't have two monitors in live DMing. All right, is everyone good to keep going?
Yes.
Yes,
All
I
right.
am.
I
Rad.
see a yes, and probably a yes.
And refreshed.
And a possum. Yes, 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 yes.
A possum eating Oreos. So, yeah, so you've arrived at the cathedral. Ravensguard has resumed control of the refugees currently. What do you do?
Well, first let's roll back our health a little bit.
Have fun with that.
Short rest?
Short rest, yeah. And we must discuss plans and letters. And that is going to be short rest. It's plus the Constitution modifier per dice, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You can spend as many or as few as you want, and you can spend them individually.
Yeah. Okay. I've taken my short rest. Is everybody else?
Yep.
Good to
I'm
go.
good to go.
Awesome.
So
I didn't do anything.
is there anything that
Oh,
Anybody-
I need to leave the helm, so I'm not like actually carrying around. All
Yeah,
the time.
I think Feria Jinx will like grab it from you if you bring it down there.
Yeah. Just be like, put that aside, like in a place that the general populace won't grab it.
You don't want to give all the refugees visions?
No, actually, no.
All right, fair enough.
I don't want a repeat of what happens.
It's probably reasonable.
So if we are to go over everything again, Lulu, our wonderful, helpful Hollyton, belonged or belongs to Zariel. And a long, long time ago, they were caught in a sort of alabaster castle fort, as if you were, as you said, Alice.
That's what I saw.
A couple relevant clarifications.
Mhm.
this is not an ownership relationship. Like
Oh, okay.
like Lulu didn't like belong to Zerial. They were
No, yeah.
partners. They were
I think saying hers was just
fighting
meant to convey
companions.
the sense of like, like
Interdependency.
yeah.
Okay.
And the figure depicted with Lulu at the time was not Zerial.
Okay.
It was a Hell Rider.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Just to make sure we've got all that information listed.
So the woman that I saw in the vision was not Zerial.
Correct. It was one of
Hell Rider.
Zerial's Hell Riders.
Okay. Sorry for that confusion.
Yeah,
No worries.
that's what immediately I was like, that don't make sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Of course. It's my job.
So what are we to do with this information? We could... Lulu, you said the sword was still there. Whose...
It should be.
Do you know where the fort is?
She kind of tries to think back. Oh. Well, maybe it's easiest if I just tell you what I do remember. I was with the Angel Zerial when she assembled her army of Hell Riders to attack Avernus. Through the gate we went, tearing through devils like a song through air! And she, like, spreads her ears super wide.
Mm-hmm. Very impressive.
We could have won until some of the Hell Riders betrayed us. And they left through the gate and closed it up. Before she was captured, Zerial told me to hide her sword so that it wouldn't fall into evil hands. Someone helped me hide the sword, but I don't remember who. We found a place to hide it, but I don't remember where. I escaped Avernus, but I don't remember how. Most of my memory is gone, and I don't know why.
Why would Zerial go to war with Avernus? Aren't they in charge? Know this is the player. Nope, they're the Archdevil, the first plane, not just, well...
Do
Well-
I know the history of Zerial's history?
To what extent? Like,
Were they? Did I know they were an angel before they were?
yeah, I think that's fair. If you know,
I mean, I'm a paladin.
if you are familiar with Zerial in a religious sense, you know, like, the one fact everyone knows about Zerial is that she is a fallen angel.
Zerial was an angel before, so before they became the master of this first layer of hell of Avernus. It's not hard to imagine them going on going through an invasion of sorts. They were an angel after all. And that perhaps something, when the gate was closed off and they were left here, perhaps something happened to them. That's just, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. The only things I know for sure is that they are known widely as a fallen angel. And that's a possibility.
Makes sense.
But what matters is They are fallen. They were that. What matters is we happen to know where their sword is, and we have a very, very close partner of Zerial with us. Even if formally. Pats Lulu on the head. And perhaps with this information, we can persuade Zerial to perhaps rethink the contract or perhaps sign a new one. And I believe if we are to go along any sort go have go along make any go along any sort of action, this is where it would start.
Well, let me. Advocate will kind of like. Hold on. You just said something, and I added. Let's. You're saying you want Zeriel to form a new contract in opposition to the existing one, or how do you mean?
The hope would be that Zerial would. The ideal situation that it was that Zerial, in exchange for something, would perhaps void the contract entirely for the return of something greater. But as we've discussed, a sword of an angel is very, very, very powerful. Perhaps even more powerful than a simple piece of territory, which in the context of this infinite dimension is not near is perhaps insignificant to one of such immense power.
So, just so I'm following the line of thought here, say an attempt is made to retrieve this sword. Are you saying you want to return it to her and persuade her to trade it away again? Are you saying It seems to me that it's very important that this sword doesn't get to certain people. That was kind of what initiated Lulu's whole problem.
Perhaps.
And, well, frankly, a buyout may be theoretically possible. Theoretically. And to form an opposing contract is, I mean, that's just war, is what that's asking for. I mean, they're not just going to roll over because a new contract exists. They're going to fight for what they own.
Bringing it to Zerial themselves.
The existing contract.
The existing contract, perhaps.
You want to get your hands on that contract.
Yes.
How are you going to do that? Steal it? You're going to steal the contract.
No. I wish all I wish to do is talk to Zerial and perhaps I don't know, Advocat. What do you suggest? If you're since
I'm
you
really
seem to
trying to be realistic. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. It's all rather lofty right now, isn't it?
What if we were to kill her?
Lulu looks stricken. Lulu's like,
No, we aren't doing that.
I mean, she isn't doing any of us any favors.
Our forces, as much as I hate to admit it, don't seem to be here to kill or do harm to anyone here.
It seems as though they're almost monitoring. It's very strange. They're just kind of here. Which is why I'm actually not certain that Bell and Zariel are in direct opposite. It's very strange. It's very strange.
All I'm saying is,
And what of the Hell Riders? This has also been bothering me. Surely these aren't the same Hell Riders that we know, that I know, and have been serving our city for so long.
Rhea is a member of the Hell Riders?
Correct.
Wait.
Question mark?
Correct.
Yes.
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 Do we know their history?
We may be in need of questioning that one. I don't know. Perhaps she knows more. She seems devout, but
mind if I do? I know, from what I know, they are essentially the upper echelon of the not exactly the guard, but of Elturel in general. Correct.
Correct.
Right. And could I possibly do a history check to see what I know of their founding and whatnot?
Sure.
Alrighty. 15.
Okay. One moment.
so many layers, so many layers, so many things.
Politics, contracts, and
So, you know that the Hellriders were formed for a task, and you also know that there have historically been demonic attacks on the city of Elturel. And it is from those attacks that the Hellriders were created. That was the reason they were created. Exact details are pretty hazy.
kind of perhaps that I just don't know them, or that they perhaps
It's just
lost
too
in
old.
general. What?
It's just too old. So, like you could give some quite good details about like their recent history, like who is the most recent leader of the Hellriders? How are they like
Recruited.
How are they recruited? What's their structure like? Like what kind of judicial powers do they have? But when it comes to their literal inception, it's just so much before your time. This is significantly pre like Thavius Krieg Elturel. Like maybe centuries previous.
Yeah.
Barnaby just kind of shakes his head. There's only so much I know about the Hellriders. They're far too old. Too old in order.
Here's the thought. We're thinking too broadly still. We're talking about trading away a sword we don't even have or know where it is. Let's start there. How do we even find it?
and who says Zariel should get that sword back?
Right. This is all very confusing, right? I mean,
Finders keepers, am I right?
well, I don't know about all that. Some keepers should not be doing any keeping. Finders, rather. Finders should not. Whatever. Confusing metaphor. So, this is going to be a little awkward. Lulu and Advocate are about to have a conversation a little bit.
Welcome to my life.
You don't remember very much, but you remember the things that Arliss was talking about from the visions. You said that much, and she just kind of says, "Yes, I remember all of that. I remember And she kind of like thinks. Then she kind of like perks up and is like, the birds, the bird people. But she doesn't have the words. She's just like, ding!
Clenching.
The big thing, the machine. They might, they. She just kind of thinks.
We don't have anywhere to start looking. Is our problem?
No, but
If you don't remember.
But the thing, and then she kind of like thinks, and then she's like, wait, right here. And then she just kind of zoop, and then she's like corkscrewing up and up and up and up and up into the air, high above Elturel. And you just see a little yellow speck, kind of like doing like a little circle around in the air, like like she's scanning. And then after a long moment, she kind of like she does another little like corkscrew back down, little ears fluttering. And then as soon as she's within earshot, she says, "Found it!"
Where? I'm sorry?
It's down below.
Oh, lovely.
Below the city?
On the ground.
Well, lovely. We have to find a way to get down now, don't we? Fascinating.
Lula just kind of cocks her head back and forth.
Very, very good job, Lulu. Gotta give Lulu that affirmation.
Head pats.
Lulu too pure.
Oh.
Hit him with that.
No. Y'all ever hear about like cuteness aggression? When you see something so cute, you just want to squish it.
Yeah.
I want it dead. It's too cute.
But Barnaby says, "Well, the fort is there. Well, we know. Perhaps is that the machine or the fort?"
One and the same.
Barnaby looks at Advocate. Well, what were you thinking? What else were you thinking?
I mean,
You said we were thinking too broadly.
I think I would like Rhea's input. I feel like she must know something. She must have an inkling of any of this.
If not her, perhaps the leader of the Hell Riders, if they still exist.
If just to save a little bit on time, Rhea knows basically the same as Barnaby does.
Oh, okay.
Because she's like mid-20s, like she's just not.
Rhea's
She just doesn't.
like, yeah, like maybe
she's
25,
like
26.
mid-tier Hell Rider. She's very young. Like this just isn't information she has. She has the practical information, not the historical information.
But I guess he'll ask Barnaby. Well, would Barnaby happen to know if there's any station that the Hell Riders had?
The Citadel.
Perhaps. What?
Like, you mean like a location?
Yeah, where they congregate, like his records, etc.
The Citadel. Specifically the bit that was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful!
Yay! It's all gone.
Erase all information. Wonderful.
Archival is important.
If I dare say, the only place we have to go on is that the fort is below us now.
Well, how do we even get down?
Perhaps
I don't know.
question is not down, but out and then back in again. I mean, I just, it's quite a distance down. Well, okay.
Would you like to go to the edge of Elturel to get some more information about going down?
Yes.
The DM said, asking a very leading question.
I go to the edge of town to see if I can peer down to see if there's any way for us to get down
Nice.
safely.
DM, I do that. DM, I do that. So, yeah, so now kind of like, you've been on Elturel pretty consistently, but near the, I assume none of you have really been very close to the edges except near the bridge. And from the bridge, you could really only see like straight down into the sticks.
Yeah.
So from the edges of the city of Elturel, you see these, firstly, the spikes holding it into the sides of the river Styx. So there are these massive iron metal spikes jammed into the ground around Elturel, and there are similar spikes way down on the ground, and there are these huge links of chain connecting them. Thankfully, both of the spikes, the chain links, and the spikes in Elturel, the chain links and the spikes on the ground are covered in these big, thick metal barbs, which means that they are covered in handholds. So if you really wanted to climb down, you could grab onto those, and you would have no problem finding footing on the way down. One thing that may complicate that, however, is, as you were informed by Victusa previously, demon attacks have been consistently renewing. So peering down where the spikes meet the edges of the river Styx, you see these effectively semicircles around each spike. That's these legions of devils around each spike, facing outward, not toward the spike, because opposing them, coming toward the spike, are demons all around that. So around each spike there is this little circle of devils fighting off these hordes of demons coming in toward the spikes, trying to climb up to get to Elturel. This is true of all of the spikes. In addition to this, you can see on the river Styx there are these long barges, again filled with demons, floating down the river Styx, and then there are a number of flying devils trying to take out the barges from the air above that. While you're watching, you see this like huge devil with like a helmet and this like banner like land on one, like swipe out this massive demon, plunging it into the river Styx, and then just like smash the boat to make it capsize and dip into the water. And then it flies up, and then there's just another one. Like, they just keep coming.
It's a never-ending cycle.
There's a whole lot of battle happening right here, right now. So if you ended up climbing down the chains, you could do so, but you'd have to contend with the battlefield below.
Oh, absolutely.
Death.
He's all that, man. And is like, I was about to say that if they are coming up, then there must be a way down, but no.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
I don't think so.
That's
Avernus, do we have any do we have any friends that would be able to, I don't know, perhaps imbue within us some magical flight, perhaps? Any wizards?
Lulu can fly.
Lulu can fly, good old.
Lulu can't carry people while flying, but Lulu can fly. I'm gonna send the image I sent for Elturel's physical situation again, just because it's so good. It's an extremely good image.
Oh goodness.
Is that the one I'm thinking of? Oh yeah, this.
So many
Very good.
things.
Ella.
The art in this book is incredible.
We are quite in a fine pickle.
You think?
Isn't great.
So
And it certainly is a way down.
So they're coming from all sides. They're coming from all sides.
From every spike.
All right.
Or they're not coming. Like, the devils are holding them back pretty valiantly.
So essentially, the only way to get to the fort would be through the battlefield.
A way to get to the fort is through the battlefield.
A way. But that's
It's gotta be a different way to do it. I don't think we'd be able to survive that.
One of you is from New Kyla, right?
yes.
Yes.
You've seen flying machines.
Do we have? But we don't have flying
no.
machines here.
That's correct.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they don't exist.
The wheels are turning. The wheels are turning. I kind of going back to what I was thinking before. We could leave and come back.
Are you suggesting that we somehow escape Avernus without the guide of our cleric friend?
I mean, we weren't going to just stay here forever, right? I mean, regardless of our, well, okay. I can't speak for you. I'm sure you would, gladly sync with this city. I am here to assist to the best of my abilities, but in the end, I'm still a father of 3 children with, a life. I had fully intended to do what I could and then, head home by any means possible. So, surely there must be a way out if there was a way in.
Yes, but we would need a cleric, someone of equal power to be able to shift us back into reality.
Unless, theoretically, we could also strike a deal. It is not ideal, mind you, but
That's a thought.
it is a possibility.
You are asking a paladin to give up some of his mortal soul.
I'm not asking you, per se. I'm just proposing the idea to the group.
Although I will, I will mention, your soul would be rather valuable. It's a very unique one, to be sure. A very righteous one. Perhaps one could even say pure to an extent. Holy. That's quite the bargaining chip.
And what do you suggest I do? Do I call out? Do I just call out to a demon like Barbie shouts out, "Hello! If there are any devils who may so happen to be listening, I have a deal on a holy soul that will make your mouth salivate."
An imp appears.
Oh, you did it! You did it! See, that was exactly correct. That was
Hello!
exactly
What can I do for you?
That was an example. That was just an example. Wait, what?
I'm sorry, am I too soon?
Now,
Should I come back?
Here's the thing, though. I'm not sure you're strong enough for what we need.
That sounds defeatist to me. What's up?
Like a tiny imp in a suit or something.
Yeah, exactly that. No shoes, though.
No, never shoes. Fuck
But
you.
Got
socks.
like a tie that's like a little too big for him.
Oh, yeah. The tie, like, drags on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Very good.
What can I do for you?
We're trying to leave.
Here's your request. Aren't we all, buddy? Like, oh, this plane?
This plane. We're trying to leave this plane.
Oh,
and
that's-
to the surface of Gaul.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know.
Why?
I can't imagine why, but we need to.
Oh.
Listen, if you're not strong enough for the job,
Yeah.
then,
Well, I don't know if you're gonna get better though. Like, that's a real heavy one. Like, basically everyone's trying to do that. Like, how many souls you got? Like,
well,
you got like
One. Yeah.
300.
Avocat has one.
have exactly one.
You got like
I-
300 souls maybe.
Uh,
I can put you in touch for a fee.
We just need passage. I don't care how. To the floor, below of.
Oh, I can do that.
oh, that's so much simpler. Duh. Of course, we just to the surface. Oh my
Wait, were you trying to what? You wanted to go to the surface? So you wanted to go to? Let me get this straight. You wanted
Look,
to be
okay,
brought
the logic
to
was a little backwards. I know.
the mortal realm, so you
I
could
was
be brought
overthinking
back
it.
to.
I was overthinking it. Don't.
Damn right you were. Goodness, mortals.
We don't have an innate sense for these things. It's a learned thing, all right?
So you're getting down.
Yes, we would like down onto the surface of Avernus. onto
Sure.
the ground.
Yeah, no, I can do that. Do you want to just go straight there? Like, the variable cost depending on how you want to do. I can build you something that can bring you down there, but that'll be a lot cheaper.
How
Rates
much?
these days.
How much are we talking about?
Let's say like one soul a person for the gliders. If you want to go straight there though, it's gonna be like 3 soul a person.
Oh.
I can just bring you there, but that's gonna be pricey.
How about just a mode of transportation then, like you said?
Yeah, I can do that.
Something reliable at least. Something
Sure.
We'll get ourselves. where we need to
Do you have coin for payment or direct?
go. Oh, wait. I do. Wait, does that?
Gold?
No.
Oh, no.
No. He's talking about an advocate will pull out like a special coin.
Yeah, so Advocate
Oh.
pulls out this disc. It's made of looks like iron. It's got an infernal rune on the top of it, and it's got all these ridges around the end, and it's like softly glowing inside. That's the one. So is that going to be yours then? If you want the glider for that?
Yes, I suppose so.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So he takes it and he like kind of reaches behind his back and pulls out a bag that is larger than him. And then he goes like, "All right, take it," and shoves it in and like whips it back behind his back and it disappears. And he goes, "Give me a sec," and he like walks into a building, and then like literally no time passes. Like you see him disappear, and then suddenly he is immediately reappearing again, dragging this like flying contraption out of the doorway. It looks like a pretty typical hang glider. This is getting popularized in New Kyla as far as the what do we call it?
But, like,
Extreme
airship-
sports
Yeah.
goes.
dragging, like,
A lot of people like yeah, they go up in airships and then they like fly out over the city. It's like a touristy thing now.
Tourists
Yeah, so there's yours.
and polluting the airspace.
That it?
I don't.
One for all of you? You think you all fit?
I
You won't all
don't
fit.
suppose.
Gus has a special eye and talon coin.
Ah, sorry, that ain't for me.
Okay. I don't know what that's for.
That's pretty good though. You gotta like ask around. Someone will find. I bet you can trade that in somewhere.
I unfortunately do not have a coin, so can you
Ah,
take it directly
direct?
from the source?
Sure. And he like takes your hand very gently, and you feel a bit of it gone. Lose one soul.
That's fine. It's like he just kind of like stretches his neck. It's not as painful as I thought it was going to be.
It's overwhelmingly just cold.
Oof.
It's kind of like a
Loss.
chill feeling.
Yeah, very much so. It like Not the kind of cold you feel when you go out in the cold. When you go out into like the snow, the kind of cold you feel when a shiver runs up your spine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You can-
he goes into the doorway and pulls out another glider for Arliss.
You could take it directly from the source from me too.
Of course. And he grabs from you and he pulls out a significantly smaller glider.
Meep. Thank you.
Big fella, you staying here?
Barnaby grimaces and like mulls it over for a minute.
For
Yeah.
Elturel.
I will
Or-
help you out.
Elturel pulls
Oh,
hands
wait,
out
wait.
a finger.
Oh.
Pulls out a finger.
The imp like grabs around the finger and you feel a bit of you disapparate, and then he like goes into the doorway and then comes out with some effort pulling out this just like massive glider.
I was going to say, I would have forfeited it for you. All I would ask was for a favor at some point.
I would rather die.
Wow.
Harsh
Well,
beans.
that was Barnaby. That was very brave of you.
All right, anything else I can do for you? Alcohol, gold,
Get out of
the
here.
usual.
Listen, are instructions included in the price? Because
Nope, and then he disappears.
Oh, well, God damn it!
I'll have
Which
you know
ones?
that if I ever hear anybody speak of what just happened,
Oh, Advocate crosses his finger over his heart and is like, "Cross my heart, hope to die.
He just
Your
Arliss
soul
throws
is
his
your
hands up.
business.
All right,
If anything, just remember that it is for the good of Elturel."
you have a set of hang gliders and maybe an elephant who might be able to catch you.
No. Don't rely on that at all.
Yeah, so they look okay. They look constructed.
They are.
They're extant.
So,
I call for a moment. Benjamin, your services will no longer be needed for now.
Disapparates.
Uh,
Time for a vacation.
The horse heaven.
Taurus.
Horse purgatory.
Oh, please.
Bold of you to assume I was a good person in life.
So, is there like a spot that like we can safely glide off of these?
How much do you know about air travel?
Well, it's more the thing is like, are there any like is there a point that just like it's road and just drops off?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Okay.
So like that would probably be your best bet. Lulu also knows which direction Knucklebone is in. So trying to be able to like probably you probably want to get off on that side so you don't have to like so A, so you're not on the wrong side of the river Styx, and B, so you don't have to like walk way farther than you have to. Lulu didn't mention it, but it's about 10 miles out.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Oof.
That's workable.
Doable.
Mhm.
It is doable.
And you also probably want to maybe try and guide yourself away from the like roves of
destruction.
roves of warring fiends,
Yeah.
or not. Like that could be your jam. Just go help. Pick a side.
I think it would be
Pick a
one of those
side,
things
pick a
we like
side.
find a landmark that like we can all just kind of like have a general idea where to go to, so we don't all get lost.
Yeah. You
Don't
could
feel
also
like
you could like follow Lulu. You could like set like that rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
found-
see that giant rib cage emerging from the sand? Try and land near there.
Yeah.
It's just so we don't get spread, so like someone isn't like a mile east or something.
Right. Yep, that would make sense.
Before we take any action, just kind of to the group, I think it might be best to inform some folks particularly Rhea and I don't know, maybe the Archduke, that we're going to be making a journey to the surface, and also Arliss.
Yes.
I would like to talk with you.
Oh my. Of course, anything you require.
Just before we do anything else. The day has been rather eventful.
Absolutely. Please, after you.
Yes, let's walk and talk, and then he'll kind of like put a hand up to Barnaby and like, if it's all right, this is just kind of between the two of us.
If you insist, Ambassador, I will. I do not wish to pry into your personal matters.
It's Arliss will just kind of laugh. He's like, oh, I'm getting scolded.
They're dating.
Oh.
No,
This is gonna.
incorrect.
Yeah, he's gonna chill with his glider. He's got a new glider, so he's pretty.
It's
That's pretty cool.
Sick. It's
Yeah.
pretty sick.
It only rattles a little when you shake it.
Advocate's gonna pause and be like, actually, Gus, we could use you. If you don't mind.
I suppose.
You'll
I got
be...
nothing better to do.
Sorry to leave you on your own, Barnaby.
That's all right.
Lulu was there and she's like, you're never alone.
Oh,
Pachyderm party.
Yeah, and then Avocat's just gonna start kind of walking away a ways, making sure that they're out of earshot. First, I'm going to let you know I don't blame you for what happened before. The helmet was my idea. And then, well, I just didn't realize that things were going to get out of hand.
well, I blame both of you for what happened, so.
That's fair enough.
Understandable, monsieur.
However, you seem to realize that that put us in a tricky situation. As though indirect, you were the cause of my, near death. Which is why I have done an amount of work on something that I believe will benefit us both. We've taken on this verbal agreement. I have taken the time to define it better, as it were, what our expectations may be of one another. I think it would give us both peace of mind, seeing as we are now rather deeply entangled in one another's affairs, to have a safety net in place. Which is why, and he pulls out the 2 pieces of parchment that he was working on earlier and unfurls them. I have written up a formal contract for you, and then let me
Interesting.
get that link.
You
back.
can link it to me personally.
Yep. No one else sees this. This is for you.
Cool.
More secret.
More secrets. Where is? Oh, this is you.
Yeah, I'm Charminated now.
And you do have editing power over that. And also there's a legible copy down at the bottom. So
Are you actually negotiating the contract? Like you can suggest revisions?
I will give you time to look over this, of course. I'm not one to deny a person the chance to read over their own contracts. And if there's anything you wish to, I don't know, change, anything that doesn't suit you, then we can discuss it at length. And revisions can be made.
Oh, I think I will enjoy this. I will take the time to read over this, but you will have your answer within the next half the day.
Very well. I'll leave it with you. then.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I trust that while it's in your possession, nothing will happen to it.
Oh, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gus. I thought that we might have use of you, but it turns out, we'll need a little time. I thought it best that perhaps with a contract this, well, let's face it, it's a little bit one-sided. I mean, you've pledged your life to me. I thought...
You wanted a witness.
Exactly.
Oh.
I'm a pretty good witness.
I thought so too.
I don't talk to the cops, though.
Interesting, I will say.
Do give it some consideration. I believe a verbal contract is valid, but without any way to concretely, make our claims, well, I think it's just better this way. For now, might I ask, how are you feeling, Arliss?
What do you mean by feeling?
I mean, after all of that kerfuffle, are you well? Did it hurt you?
Oh, I am absolutely fine.
Well, that's good. I'm still not quite at my peak performance. If you are feeling generous and willing to still fulfill parts of your contract, keeping me well, Advocate puts out like a hand, or like a handshake.
I accept.
Vampiric touch. That's gonna be...
I willingly take it. Like, I wouldn't even do the save for it.
Let's see.
Oof, that's necrotic damage, though, right?
Yep.
Ouch.
That's...
I'll take it.
3...
Oof.
That was...
Chunky.
How much? Okay, yeah, that was 11 points.
Okay.
So you will,
Take 11.
So yeah, you'll take 11. I take 6.
6.
Back?
It rounds up.
Right. Okay. Whoop. And Advocate just looks that little bit much better.
Feeling better now, Monsieur?
I feel much improved. Thank you. Thank you for complying with that. And do know I take that as a show of trust. That's no meaningless gesture.
Of course. It's... You kind of, like, see Arliss kind of, like, flex his fingers, like, trying to get the feeling of them not being numb after, like, the necrotic feel.
The feeling should pass.
Oh, do not worry. It is nothing I have not endured before.
No, as much as it, is a fearful thing, I can't say that, well, the feeling of dying is unfamiliar.
I see.
Let's go.
After you, please.
Gus is here too. Heck yeah.
And we appreciate
Finger
it.
gun.
Thank you for your presence, Cuss.
So while everyone's going to the thing, I'm gonna go read this because boy.
Well, I have a question. Do you actually intend to go talk to the refugee group? Or is this just a ruse to get Barnaby to leave you alone?
A little bit of both. Like, little column A, little column B.
All right.
If we probably do want to, like, let Rhea know at least, maybe?
Sure.
Just so somebody knows where we are?
Yeah, just, and, like, we don't have to play that out. Like, that,
No.
I think it is enough to say, like, you do that.
Yeah.
They definitely react curiously, like, okay. I guess anything you can try, we'll Do you give them a reason?
Nah.
Cool.
Need to know basis.
All right. Well, most of the refugees think you're insane.
That's fine.
And the leaders, well, at least 2 out of 3 of the leaders think you're nuts. So yeah, nice. Ideal.
I mean, fine by me.
Sick.
I care not.
I do what is best for not for Elturel.
Awesome. Yeah. So you do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then we'll just make our way back to,
The side.
Lulu.
Sounds good.
Barbie's just like slowly petting Lulu, like it's kind of very
Oh,
slowly.
Lulu loves it. She's turned all like melty, like
Like a cat in a way.
just like she's just all limp and like I don't think she can purr, but she has this almost like trill that like little toot toot.
That's adorable.
Adorable. Everyone loves Lulu.
Lulu's the best.
Lulu's best elephant.
Her little floppy ears are just like warm, like a little lap blanket.
Wonderful.
I just keep seeing the stress on Caroline's face as she's reading.
Yeah, that's so I've read it.
It is so one-sided.
It is powerfully one-sided.
I mean,
To be fair, I 100% made it this way. Fuck.
So,
Something out of this
side question is, would you, Hannah, as someone who spent an amount of time writing this, and you, Caroline, be okay with handling that with dice if need be? Because while this is a really cool world space document, there is a definitive difference between Hannah and Caroline, the people, and Arliss and Advocat, the characters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either.
And if we want to, we can also do that in a separate call, since I do know that you want this contract to be private.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and I do want it to be up for like actual negotiation. Like Arliss can totally like, this is basically first draft.
Yeah. There's probably like one little thing I want add as an addendum, but like that could be like you and I can like stay after we're done this or something and like hash it out.
Yeah,
So-
that sounds good.
Yeah.
So then, would it be reasonable to say that, for the purposes of moving the game forward and doing that after session, a contract negotiation occurs?
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, cool. And I assume this ends with both of you signing it and Gus witnessing it.
Right.
Eventually,
that's kind
yes.
of
Okay.
The intention, yeah.
Did you intend to have that done before you, like, I don't know, jump off of the edge of a floating city? Or,
I did kind of promise, or not really promise. I allowed Arliss to have like the half day that he asked for.
Sure.
So like,
I wanted to give it like Arliss at least that much time to at least prepare, read over everything, state his case if needed. If there needs to
Absolutely.
be any additions.
Cool.
That's why I gave like the half day sort of thing.
Wonderful. Yeah, then we'll...
Because I also didn't know if it was going to be we would jump off literally like right now.
Mhm. I would like to in this session, if possible.
Jump
Yeah.
off. Man.
Yes.
Go.
So we can like have that point like elsewhere.
Yeah, we'll figure
Like, it
out
doesn't
where
have
it
to be,
gets
like-
inserted in
yeah.
time. The wonderful things when you're making stories without the rigidity of text.
Exactly.
So, the squad is back. The party is back together.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, family.
It's after a
we're
while,
doing
it's
it?
just like boink.
Where
Where are we
drop?
jumping?
All right, fam, where we dropping?
Where are we dropping?
Yo, we dropping Fort Knucklebone?
Bro.
I think we dropping Knucklebone.
I think we dropping up.
I don't see any devils or demons on Knucklebone. It'd be great. Free loot.
Bro.
We should play Fortnite. That's a lie. We shouldn't play for it. Maybe I don't know.
Someday.
I would be so bad at it. Bad at those games.
I've
I-
only been playing Risk of Rain, so no.
Oh, I love that game so much.
My friends don't
One or
Hit
two.
me up, I'm
addicted
shit at it.
One or two. Okay. I've
Hit
never
me up,
played it
I'm
co-op.
Terrible.
I've
I'm
only
terrible.
ever played it single
all
player.
the time.
I've beaten it a few times. I don't think I've beaten it on the highest difficulty with one of the characters.
I'm so bad at the game.
I played literally hundreds of hours of Risk of Rain 1. And it's just the same game, except in 3D. Anyway, sorry, sidetrack. I love that game. So, you're at the edge of a cliff. Where are you
Yes.
dropping?
Do
What's
we have to
happening?
map up so we can have like.
Yes,
a point?
if you're in the roll 20, I can shift it over.
I am in roll 20.
So neither the
Oh wow, it's not loading
Dude.
for me.
it's a very large image.
Yeah, it'll take a second to
Um,
like come into focus.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it'll take a long moment.
So neither the fort nor the city are on the map because this was made before
Yeah.
before the city fell.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna go ahead and say it's so fun things we already know about this map. It's not literal,
Mhm.
but it's a little literal. But it's not really literal. Things can change, places can move, distances are not relative. But you can kind of figure out what's going on. So if I'm gonna go ahead and say like, here, let's do some tokens. Or I'm gonna do a draw. If we put the city here,
Okay.
there we go. Hey, look, a city.
That sure is.
If that's where it
Who's
is,
on
floating
fire?
above
Who's
Elturel,
on
then
fire?
I think Lulu then would see the what do you call it? The fort
Fortress.
around here.
Okay.
So like, yeah, this is the fort. So you're going to be headed to the west side of the River Styx, if that means anything. And yeah, and then you'll be there.
So,
Vaguely
assuming we're
on
like
the map.
right above like this here.
More here. Let's see if I can.
Like here,
We're above the river Styx.
Right. So
like-
like,
here.
yeah, you would be above like
There's
this
the
point.
bend.
Okay. So, I mean, with how we go, I'm trying to think like trajectory with these things because there's probably not a lot of wind, but some.
We'll just have to fucking pray, won't we?
It is 10 miles, so it's a ways.
Yeah, like
You can probably traverse at least a mile
here.
on gliders.
Yeah. So where we end up, like, probably here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. So we like aim for the sand dunes here.
Sure. Yeah, so you see some
Probably
sand
not.
dunes between you and where you want to go.
Yeah.
We need. Can we just say we've stocked up on water and everything with water skins and EGC?
No.
Fuck. We're not
Well,
allowed
you have holy water.
Oh yeah, true.
I have a water skin. To my
Same.
knowledge, I haven't used in a few rations.
If you really want to, you can have if you have containers that could be filled with water, you may have them be full of holy water.
Yes.
Because that is the only clean water you have encountered while you were in Elturel.
Perfectly fine. That is what.
Oh shit, Advocate's in fucking trouble. that front's not great.
Hmm.
Ooh, we'll have to figure that out later.
What? You don't have anything?
We talked about
Cannot drink holy
probably
water.
can't drink holy water.
Yeah, you know.
If all of our water is holy water,
Great, you get to use my one freaking what is it? My one water skin I have. I'll be drinking holy water instead. Oh,
it's good for you. It's just not good for me.
No, it's good for you. It is
'Cause I have
definitively capital G good.
Yeah, too
Um,
good. Too good.
Aligned good.
It burns.
because I quite literally have both. So
Mhm. All right, so what do you do?
Let's
So we're-
go, Fortnite gamers.
Barnaby like gets a running start and then goes, "Poor Elturel!"
Oh,
like you, and like
pretty good.
slowly you hear his voice kind of drowns. Is like when you hear somebody falling down a pit in a way,
Mhm.
like how it slowly goes farther away. Like
Mhm. All right.
that's
Bold.
Oh, well, we don't want to get too far behind, so Cat takes a slightly less confident
yeah. Would you care for me to go first so I can assist on your landing? Possibly?
Actually, that's brilliant. Let's do that.
As I figured. Please, mind me. It's like he'll get a running start and then just kind of like help boost himself by jumping to go off.
Awesome. Yeah.
And he will go off the edge.
You're in the air.
Sure am.
All right.
I suppose it's my turn then. And then
I mean,
Abigail
I could go too. We could go together if you want.
Yeah, let's land. We just need to bite the bullet. We're going. Just going. Takes a leap.
Yeah, and I'll follow right behind.
Awesome. Yeah, it's more intuitive than you expected.
Thank
In
God.
that you really just have to hold on, and keep yourself as like flat as possible vertically. Yeah, and you're floating your way down. You can see very clearly the battles going on as they become in more greater and greater detail. Could I get perception checks from everyone?
Natural 20.
Nice.
Oh, damn.
wonderful.
Perception. 10.
Oh, that's good. 16.
16.
What is that? That's a 10.
10.
A 10.
Also,
I
Lulu's
also
with
got
you,
a
I
10.
assume, is flying with you.
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting to. Lulu is gliding along. This
She
is her.
can fly.
She's in her element.
Yeah.
She did
Can
good.
do a
She got a
fly.
15.
Okay, cool. Arliss,
Mm-hmm.
you are definitively the only person to notice this.
Okay.
So the spikes around the
Archer eyes.
the sparks that are each pegged that are holding Elturel to the
Land
to
below.
each bed of the river.
Mm-hmm.
You notice a couple things about them. Firstly, that they're concentric, meaning that if you drew a circle,
Mm-hmm.
all of the spikes would fall on its edge. Like they are in a perfect circle. If you were to draw a circle around them.
Interesting.
Secondly, is that you notice that there are some devilish forces that are not around the spikes. There appear to be a couple of small companies between them, and they appear to be digging, raking, molding. They're doing something to the ground between each of the spikes, and it looks like they're digging this huge trench between each of the spikes in that circle that you noticed.
Interesting.
Weird.
Devils or demons?
Devils,
Devils are doing that?
correct.
Interesting.
The demons, they get harassed by demons every once in a while. These individual forces, the ones outside of the spikes, but the vast majority of the demons are focused on the devils around each spike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you noticed that. Lulu got a 15, right?
Yep, Lulu got 15.
Awesome. So Lulu notices the pit fiend that was noted earlier, helping out with the barges of demons. Lulu recognizes the pit fiend.
Oh shit. Okay.
You know that her name is Lucille.
Lucy.
Lucille. Probably, but if the two of you ever interacted, which you almost definitely did, because she is Zariel's most loyal pit fiend.
Damn.
Oh.
This is post-transformation, though.
More concerned, but also still like,
Replacement? Lulu was replaced.
no.
No.
Yeah, so you notice that. Who is next? 13? Or was it a 10?
I
had
got a 10.
You got a 10.
I also got it.
You notice that your glider is rattling.
Shit.
Yay!
Wait,
Um,
is that anyone who? Because I also got a 10.
Gus's glider is
Gus's
rattling.
specific. Oh jeez.
It looks like the specifically the fabric holding together the top of the glider is starting to like rattle a bit. It doesn't look like it's quite as well fastened to the frame as it could be. Advocat also got a 10, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you notice your grip is starting to slip just a little bit.
I don't have strong hands. I have Quartier hands.
What did Barnaby get?
16.
16. Oh, yeah. You can also notice the circle. In fact, you get different context for that. Instead of seeing the details itself, you would correlate it somewhat because you are of the temples, more or less, with a spell circle.
Oh ho 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 ho.
Uh-oh.
I will write this down.
Yeah. So Gus, you start to notice that your glider is falling apart, and Advocat, your hands are slipping a bit, and that's where we'll pick it up next session. As you are careening down towards sand dunes on the surface of the plain of Avernus.
Yeah, we are.
Wonderful.
Oh,
I'm
Yay.
going to boop the recording. Boop.